Sadarbība ir gudrība, kuru apgūst visos laikos. Spēku apvienošana vienmēr ir palīdzējusi sasniegt vairāk. Agrāk amatnieki apvienojās, lai aizsargātu savas intereses. Arī mūsdienās uzņēmējiem ir daudz izaicinājumu, kurus vislabāk risināt apvienojoties. Negodīga konkurence, nodokļu sloks, kvalificēta darba spēka trūkums. Tā rodas risinājums ar vienādiem un izdevīgiem spēles noteikumiem nozarē. Tas ir nozares koplīgums. Pašu regulēta biznesa vide veicina godīgu konkurenci, nozares un ekonomikas attīstību. Turklāt šādā sadarbības modelī nozare spēj elastīgāk pielāgoties ekonomiskajiem šokiem. Necīnies viens, apvienojies. Nozares koplīgums ir risinājums tās attīstībai.
Mani sauc Kaupo un es studēju enerģētiku. Esmu dzirdējis par arotbiedrību, bet es īsti nezinu, kādu labumu man tā varētu dot.
Arotbiedrība regulāri tiekas ar darba devēju un pārunu rezultātā panāk lielāku papildu atbalstu darbiniekiem. Man studējot darba devējs sedza mācību maksu un nodrošināja apmaksātu mācību atvaļinājumu. Savukārt tagad man ir iespēja izmantot papildu atvaļinājumu un saņemt atvaļinājuma pabalstu. Katru gadu es piedalos darba devēju organizētajos pasākumos. Darbiniekus priecē ģimeņu sporta svētki un Ziemassvētku pasākumi bērniem. Bet es Ziemassvētku ballē iepazinos ar Dārtu. Šogad mēs precēsimies un man būs papildu 3 brīvas dienas. Kad mums piedzims bērns, darba devējs man izmaksās pabalstu un piešķirs brīvdienas. Brīvu dienu reizi mēnesī es izmantošu, lai pavadītu laiku ar bērnu, vai nepieciešamības gadījumā apmeklētu zobārstu. Bērnam uzsākot mācības, man tiks izmaksāts pabalsts skolas piedarumu iegādēji. Katru gadu darba devējs pārskata darbinieku algas, bet jau tagad par mani tiek veiktas iemaksas pensiju fondā. Tāpēc par vecumdienām man nav jāuztraucas. Lai darbinieki būtu apmierināti, motivēti un vēlētos strādāt uzņēmumā, arotbiedrība un darba devējs slēdz koplīgumu, tajā iekļaujot visus minētos bonusus.
Tas nav sapnis. Tā var kļūt par manu realitāti. Latvijas izglītības un zinātnes darbinieku arotbiedrība ir ietekmīgākā un lielākā arodu organizācija visā Latvijā. Tā aizstāv biedru tiesības un intereses, sākot no darba vietas līdz pat starptautiskajam līmenim. Darba un privātās dzīves saskaņošanas iespējas, darba vide un sociālās garantijas būtiski ietekmē pedagogu profesionālās dzīves kvalitāti. Lai sasniegtu profesionāli augstus rezultātus, ir nepieciešama atbilstoša kvalifikācija, kompetences un materiālais nodrošinājums. Pedagogiem ļoti būtisks ir profesionālais atbalsts, lai viņi spētu nodrošināt kvalitatīvu uz izaugsmi vērstu izglītības un zinātnisko darbību. Neviens ārējais normatīvais akts nenosaka kārtību, kā notiek ar kvalifikācijas paaugstināšanu saistīto izdevumu sekšana vai atmaksāšana pedagogiem. Praksē bieži ir situācijas. Pedagogi par valstī obligāti noteikto profesionālo pilnveidi maksā no saviem privātajiem līdzekļiem, kā arī kursus un seminārus apmeklē ārpus darba laika. Ja sociālā dialoga ietvaros tiktu panākta vienošanās, ka profesionālās pilnveides pasākums apmaksā darba devējs un tie notiek darba laikā, tad pedagogu ģimenēm atliktu vairāk līdzekļu, būtu vairāk laika kopīgiem pasākumiem ar bērniem un tuviniekiem. Pedagogam atliktu vairāk līdzekļu un laika saviem hobijiem, lai nepieļautu emocionālo izsīkumu. Lai risinātu šo situāciju, sociālā dialoga ietvaros būtu jāpanāk vienošanās ar pašvaldībām vai jānosaka koplīgumos profesionālās pilnveides apmaksas un organizēšanas kārtība. Tikai augsti kvalificēti, profesionāli atbalstīti, ar sabalansētu darbu un privāto dzīvi esoši pedagogi varēs nodrošināt kvalitatīvu un konkurētspējīgu izglītību. Iestājies Līzda, un Līzda iestāsies par tevi.
Jā, labrīt visiem.
Good morning, everyone. If you can hear me, most probably your microphones and your computer is correctly set. We all who are here in Zoom We will look for solutions for this incorrect time or time that we live today. And who would have thought so that some years ago, when our outstanding partners, Employers Confederation as well as Free Trade Union Confederation, when they started this job, they didn't even think that this will be very much on spot. So thank you to Ms. Liga Mendelsone and Mr. Egils Balzans. I will give the floor to you shortly. But now some technical issues. If you can hear me in Latvian but you don't understand Latvian, you should choose the globe icon and press on English.
What I'm talking about, it means that you are on the wrong channel. So please press this into English channel, and that's it. So now I'm going to continue in Latvian. Un tad vēl viens ļoti svarīgs.
Another very important topic is to switch off your microphones. If you are not a speaker right now, then we will provide for the best sound quality. Also, please understand that we are here represented by many countries, and this international conference is a very good example for us here as well as for other countries. We will be able to learn from others. If you are participating, then I urge you to participate. So Liga Mendelsone, on the day when today we are, the government is looking at the budget, this is a very important day. Liga, how about digital work, telework? Maybe this digital work is becoming even more important, this social dialogue as well as this remoteness. Maybe this is actually a driving force for progress during this time. Maybe until now we didn't work correctly, but this is the solution for everything. Ansi, the cup is half full, not half empty. That's why I am very glad to greet everyone on this conference. Good morning, all the colleagues, partners, representatives from ministries, MPs, as well as our international partners and guests. Everyone who has used this opportunity to join remotely to this teleworking and role of social dialogue conference, international conference. When planning this conference in spring, we couldn't even think of the correctness or appropriateness of the timing and this experience, as well as conclusions we will gather from this conference. We hoped to meet all of you face to face and talk over all the experience, but the reality here in Latvia is the following, that from the 11th of October we have the urgent situation, and teleworking has become not only a possibility but also an obligation. An employer has an obligation to ensure teleworking from home, remotely, if the specificities of the work permit it. That's why we would like, line by line, to analyze the trends of development of employment in Latvia, not only in Latvia but also in other countries, as well as readiness of the society for new flexible forms of work. Because we think it's the right time. I believe that this COVID crisis has made significant changes for interdependence of companies as well as for workers, employees. Employees had to start teleworking but companies had to jump into this digital environment. So I might conclude that yes, digitalization has gone forward with big steps. If not for COVID, we might have talked about it for a very long time, for even decades, but now we have no choice. Either you are digital or you are not. And thanks to this rapid changes as well as technologies, many areas, including teachers, have the opportunity to continue their work remotely, fully or partially, but that was not the seizure of activities or dramatic drop in income. It was very important to keep the belief in the future. We, as the organizers of this conference, are very happy about the fact that we will be able to learn about two studies. The first one is the European Foundation for the Improvement of Living and Working Conditions, Eurofund, and the second would be from OECD, Employment, Labor and Social Affairs Directorate, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development on remote working. Another very important and difficult issue is about evolution of remote work as well as legal framework. Legal framework in different countries as well as role of social partners. And in this regard, we will be able, today, we will have a huge opportunity to talk to trade unions and representatives from trade unions from Ireland, Belgium, Germany and Spain. I am very glad that we will have this opportunity to exchange ideas and best practices. I believe that researchers of many countries at the moment are stressing the fact that employers and employees have benefits and disadvantages from remote working, and we, policymakers, social partners, we have to work together and look for the best way how to efficiently use opportunities of remote working, raising productivity, which is very important here in Latvia, because the productivity issue is a painful issue in Latvia, as well as well-being of workers, because crisis is going to be over, but we all as people, we want to be productive in our enterprises, in our companies, as well as in our families. And there are two things that I would like to stress. First, that would be the question to those prominent specialists that we have here today to talk over several things. First of all, the fact that we have to make our legal framework better, we have to engage into social dialogue by talking about basic points being enclosed into collective agreements, and we would like to talk it over with our partners from other countries, and how to promote investments to make infrastructure better and to train our employees. Of course, a computer or another device is just a device. If the person doesn't know how to use it, that's not a productive use of computers. And the third word important today, those are companies who already have a certain experience, and we are very proud with our members of LDDK how far they have gone in their development, how they have tested all those difficult situations. And that's why I am very honored and happy about those companies, CAT, Sadalas Tīkls, as well as Švintech Latvia. And I hope we will strengthen each other. We are going to talk about protection measures, also working time, also expenses connected with remote working and other issues. And most probably it is best to not to fight against it, but learn how to make things better. So let's enjoy this time together with colleagues, specialists and foreign guests. Maybe have a very good day. Thank you very much, Līga Mendelsone, for your very, very nice words. And this has to be measured from another side as well. That's why I invite here Egils Baldzens, reminding that trade unions last week spoke very loudly, and you spoke about balance between work, professional and private life, because remote work meant to be at home, and many people said they would need mental help solving issues at home. In English, there is a saying, be very careful what you wish for, because it might come true. So what is our experience? Maybe there are things we don't have to fight against now with the new reality and accept things. Thank you very much also to Līga and you. But from my side, I would like to stress the following. For us, this remote work is a good opportunity, and we also consider it as the basis for agreement between employers and employees, allowing people to somehow connect work and private life. It can be regular, it can be flexible, it can be interrupted, or it can be partial, depending on your specificity of your work. And we, together with all the interested parties, have worked for us to reach the situation when the state also supports the employers, with financial incentives when, for example, employee is working from home, so the employer can somehow compensate, ensuring that he or she has very good circumstances at home. So we managed to have some tax havens, as well as we have some additional benefits for employers supporting their employees. Also, it is very important not only to provide for, but also to ensure that salaries as well as productivity be optimum. And in order to reach that, it is important to keep the balance between life, private life and work. But at the same time, we understand that there is a clear picture saying that an employee, after working hours and also on weekends, have to be able to switch off computers and mobile phones, maybe except for extraordinary situations that has to be negotiated, because there might be situations of urgent need for someone, for a specialist. So we believe that teleworking is a good thing, And we have all the preconditions, or most of it. We should amend legal framework and make it better. That is our obligation. But the main thing are the benefits that we can gain when making these corrections, making it for the better. First, legislation, and second, our own stereotypes, our own habits that has to be changed and adapted for the new situation. And there is another issue that we, the trade unions, evaluate very highly when teleworking. We can say that Free Trade Union Confederation also within the foundation offered and persuaded the government that the money from a special recovery fund of the EU be used for the support of employers who are providing teleworking or remote working for us in order to ensure the skills for all workers who can work remotely, as well as for elderly people, if they are eager to learn something new, to use this opportunity. At the same time, we have some problems. I will just mention them because the government has issued already new cabinet regulation with the restrictions in COVID-19 crisis, but we, the trade union, we don't like some of the points of the cabinet regulation. For example, we don't like the norm that those who are working in the private sector, but municipality and government sector or state sector or capital companies, public capital companies might not have an ability to telework if you are not vaccinated. We believe that is disproportionate solution, and the employer has to evaluate each and every situation for employees to work either in private or public sector. Why would a person with a negative test may not work and fulfill one's potential? So we believe this proportion principle should be evaluated, and we have to evaluate whether it corresponds to our basic founding documents. And the government has already amended its regulation, and we hope that it will be regulated and or amended even further. So people will be able to work not only in public, but also not only in private, but also in public sector without being vaccinated, but with a negative certificate. This is what I wanted to say, because trade unions are those who are not just feeding people sugar, but also salt and pepper. We look for solutions. We do not confront without reasoning. For us, both parties are important. We receive often phone calls from employers asking our advice what to do in those situations, because we are no enemies. We are social cooperation partners looking for best solutions for companies, for the areas, for the state, as well as for European Union. Thank you very much. Salt, sugar, pepper, sometimes even chili, all tastes are very, very good for us. We will use them all today. Maybe sometimes we make fun of average temperature indicators throughout the continent, but we have to evaluate such organizations as Eurofund, because they are independent researchers operating on this continent. They are actually looking and comparing countries. We are looking at overall situation as well. And now I give the floor to the representative of Eurofund, Oscar Vargas, in order for him to come up with his with the latest data and research on prevalence and working conditions in teleworking during the pandemics. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you can you hear me well? Okay, I understand you can hear me. So,
Angļu kanālā.
Sorry? Is it okay? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So good morning. Thank you very much for inviting Eurofound to present our most recent findings on telework, more concretely about the prevalence of telework in the European member states. We will focus on what has changed in terms of prevalence during the pandemic, and also I will give some findings about the working conditions during this pandemic for people teleworking, mainly in relation to working time, but also as regard the work environment. It is a pity this cannot be done, physically, this conference, because I would be very happy and glad to be able to know your country, because I didn't have ever the chance to visit your country. Anyway, I will try my best, and I'm open later for any question you may have. First, I will share the slides of the presentation. Let me see if having some here. Okay. I think you are seeing the presentation. Otherwise, just let me know if you cannot see the PowerPoint presentation. So I'm Oscar Vargas Llave. I'm research manager in the Working Life Unit, Eurofound. So we specialize on research on working conditions. So I want to start presenting what has changed during the pandemic in terms of telework take-up, in terms of the percentage of employees teleworking in each member state, and what are national and regional differences. So in this slide, we can see the prevalence of telework before the pandemic with the light blue color, and what has been the increase for each member state during 2020. Here we see big differences, as you can clearly appreciate from the figure, ranging from the highest prevalence of telework in Luxembourg with 43% to 3% only in Bulgaria. Increases has been very high and significant in countries like Malta, Italy, Hungary also, and Greece. Also countries like big countries like Germany, Spain, also Ireland has experienced big increases compared to the figures they had before the pandemic. And we see that here in the figure that Latvia, it is one of the countries with the lowest prevalence of telework before and after the pandemic. And this is very important. Despite of the pandemic and the changes in the prevalence in the different member states, overall, the situation, the ranking at EU level remains more or less the same, with the Scandinavian countries and countries in the Benelux with higher number of workers teleworking, and countries mainly in the east of Europe and some southern countries with low prevalence of telework. And also, I think it is important to observe this change, which is a regional change. And we see very clearly that there is a big increase in telework, especially in metropolitan areas. We see countries like you see Italy, in Rome, for example, Madrid in Spain, Lisbon in Portugal, Paris in France, Dublin in Ireland, Helsinki in Finland are, you know, regions, cities, metropolitan areas with huge increase compared to other parts or regions in these countries in Europe. I think this is a very interesting issue to consider. In terms of, if we want to ask what could be the future of telework, we have to look first to what is the potential for teleworking. So how many jobs in Europe and in different member states are teleworkable. By teleworkable, we mean jobs that can be done from home. And we see in this figure that there are also differences between countries in terms of the potential of telework. The light bars represent the potential of telework, represented by the number of the percentage of jobs that can be done from home remotely. We see again big differences with Luxembourg, with almost 60% of jobs, teleworkable jobs, compared to Romania with around 28%. But what is I want to highlight here is that for most countries, there is still a huge potential for an increase of remote work. So if it is about the job, the issue, we see that there are still room for increase the number of employees teleworking. Therefore, here one conclusion is that there are other factors that influence telework at aggregate level and national level. So it's not only that some jobs, of course, cannot be done remotely, but also there are other issues that could be related to the culture of work, the way companies are organized, company policies, employer policies, managers' policies, etc. Another aspect that we have to consider if we want to understand what is what could be the future of telework and the future take-up of telework after the pandemic, it is the preferences. These figures are based on an online COVID, we call online living and working COVID-19 survey that has been developed throughout the pandemic by Eurofound. And in this slide, we show the preferences of employees that have teleworked during the pandemic in relation to the frequency they would like to telework if there were no restrictions related to the pandemic. And we see that the large majority of, well, the bigger group is comprised by workers that indicate that they would like to telework several times a week. This represents what now, you know, in the media, in companies are calling as hybrid work. So it seems that the larger percentage of workers would like to work in this type of work, working, for example, 3 days from home, 2 from the employer's premises, or other different arrangement during the week. There's also a number of workers that would like to work fully from home. You know, we see the figure in Europe is 80%. And the others, of course, that don't like to work from home, 8%, which is a very minority of workers, and the others that would like only to do it, you know, very occasionally, less often, 31%. And interestingly, we see that the figures at EU level are very similar to what we observe in Latvia. We see that, as you can see in the picture, EU 27 next to Latvia because of this, for example, same percentage of workers willing to telework daily in Latvia and the EU. So not very, there are no differences between what the preferences in Latvia with the preferences of employees outside Latvia. So this is about the prevalence. I will tell you some conclusions later about these findings that I'm presenting. But now I'm going to change the subject to the organization of working time, because telework has a big impact on the organization of working time. We see, for example, when we compare workers working only from home with those that only work from home partially, we see that there is a higher share of workers teleworking in the group that only work from home, with 35%. Working more than 40 hours a week, which means that in principle telework, it is a work arrangement that facilitates, I think this is the right term, facilitates working longer than other arrangements, like working only partially from home or working only in the employer's premises. We see those working long hours in the employer's premises at EU level is only 19% to compare to the 35% of those working only from home. Another interesting finding that we see during the pandemic, but also before the pandemic, it is that the share of employees working in the free time, you know, to meet job demands is also higher among those working remotely. And here we don't see differences between those in a more, let's say, hybrid model compared to those only working from home. But of course, important differences if we compare these groups with those working only at employers' premises. I don't know if I can highlight with the last point, these are only working on employers' premises, and you see the differences in terms of reporting and working the free time compared to those working from home. And this happened both in June and July wave of this survey I mentioned, and in February 2020, and in February and March 2021. And we saw this before the pandemic also for employees teleworking. And so stubbornly across the years and independently of the socioeconomic context, employees teleworking are more likely to work in the free time. And what happened during the pandemic, especially in the context of school closures in some countries and the street lockdown? These figures are taken from the time it was beginning of this year when 2 countries were clearly in a street lockdown and with the schools fully closed. These countries were Portugal and Ireland. And we see that in those countries, it was higher, the number of workers reporting work in the free time. But not only that, it was even higher for those workers with children, which, of course, this is you know, a manifestation of the fact that employees, some who are parents, had to deal also with homeschooling as well as meeting job demands. So also important, and this is a positive message, working in a free time is a strategy to have better fit between job demands and caring. because for 1 in 3 of these employees working the free time represented a change in the organization of time use, but not necessarily contributed to working long. So it was, you know, and in a situation of high level of demands, both at home and from job, they were able to cope, you know, with both organizing the time they work. They could choose to work either in the morning, later in the evening, so that they could cope with all the demands. And this is important message for positive impact of telework on work-life balance. And here we see the impact of working the free time on this issue that I mentioned before, that workers working remotely work longer. As we can see in this figure, among those working the free time, up to 60% of them work between 41 and 60 working hours, compared to those not working in the free time, where this percentage is only around 20%. Okay, here is very clearly the impact of working the free time in the weekly working hours of employees. So, and why is that? I think we have to here to factor in the work intensity. First of all, of course, the workload, the level of job demands, the household work, of course, and the caring play a role during the pandemic for these long hours. But also gender and contract. We see that those women were more likely during the pandemic to report work in the free time, as well as employees with temporary contracts. So up to here, our findings on working time, and now I want to give you some also interesting material for discussion in relation how employees experience the work environment, teleworking during the pandemic, and how far they were satisfied teleworking from home. First of all, in our wave of July 2020, we saw that a number of workers had inadequate work equipment, meaning not the proper laptop, proper desk, chair, room where they work from home, okay? And this is more or less about 10% of the EU workers, with some differences between sectors. But more striking, it is the fact that for the first time in the recent history of the European Union, a rather relevant proportion of employees have used their own means of production to work for an employer. It is like you were self-employed. This, of course, as we can see in this picture, has shown differently between sectors. You know, with education sector, I heard before social partners from Latvia mentioning some situation in the education sector with up to 50% of employees in Europe teleworking and without the provision of the right equipment from the employer. In terms of more psychosocial aspects, we asked employees whether they felt isolated at work while teleworking remotely. And here we see how the time they spent teleworking had an impact on the experiences of isolation. You know, with only 7% reporting isolation among those working up to 10 hours, with 20% of employees reporting isolation when they work between 40 and 60 hours. Finally, this is going to be my last figure. I'm sorry if I bombarded you with figures and these graphs, but you know, this is based on the online survey. I thought it was interesting material for you. I mean, we can discuss later about more qualitative aspects. But here, let me show you how employees that telework during the pandemic are satisfied with working from home. And we try to make to differentiate between working hours, but we see that there are no big difference, regardless. The time spent working remotely from home, workers are, what the EU figures shows that 71% of them said that they strongly agree or just agree that overall they were satisfied with experience of working from home. And why is that? You might wonder why if there are so many problems, or at least I mentioned some of the challenges, of working long hours and isolation. Sorry, I'm going to have a dip of water. It is because some of these employees, of course, have a positive work social environment at home. We saw that the increase of telework was mainly in the metropolitan areas compared to more rural areas. So this had a huge impact on reduced commuting, in big cities, Madrid, Paris, Berlin. You can spend almost an hour to get to the workplace. So this is a big benefit for workers, but also for employers. More efficient use of time, improved work-life balance, higher level of autonomy, and we saw also a high level of correlation between having, this is important also, good equipment when you work from home, and the level of satisfaction, as well of the lack of work-family conflict, meaning that workers that don't have to worry about family demands while they are working. So if they don't have this type of conflict, they were more likely to report that they are satisfied. So some conclusions from my presentation. First one, an average of 1 in 5 workers have teleworked during the pandemic in 2020. From the findings we have, the knowledge we have, we can say that we can expect similar take-up of telework in the future. The difference will be that many workers, I think the majority of workers will shift from regular full telework from home to a hybrid mode, or put it like that, partial telework, only Sundays during the week. This will be the change, but employees that have teleworked during the pandemic will continue teleworking. Also, of course, country differences will remain in the future. I'm not going to, because of the timing, to explain why, but you have a question, I can reply later. There are ambivalent consequences for working conditions. I mentioned some negative aspects, some like long hours, some positive aspects like improvement of work-life balance. We saw in the pandemic some new elements that some might disappear in the future, of course, because there will not be lockdown. There will not be the need for parents to care children while they are in homeschooling. Also, we'll find less work-family conflicts because of this, but still we need to monitor carefully about the issue of the equipment, the provision of equipment by the employer. Issues of isolation, I think, will decrease, of course, after the pandemic, but will still be there for a proportion of workers. And what happened in the pandemic, basically, that the working time and health risk increase, compared to normal telework. Work-life balance is a real challenge, huge potential for improvement, but also for deterioration. So this is, I think, an issue that both employers and employees have to look after. And finally, of course, in this context, in order to address these challenges, it's our view that social partners and social dialogue has a fundamental role in shaping conditions for the well-being of workers, while legislation should set minimum standards. So thank you very much, and I'm sorry if I be a bit long. Here you can have some of our recent reports and some links to articles we publish. The last one, if you click in the last one, it is the one where you can find the research findings that I presented. So thank you very much, and finish here my presentation.
Thank you very much. I hope that we have now had the first insight in the figures. But Oscar, I have a question, and if anyone else has a question, we have to use the common cloud, where you can submit the information and the questions. So you should go to slido.com and you should introduce figures 347702. We will provide this information through titles 347702. There you will be able to ask questions to a specific expert. While the questions are coming in, Oscar, I have a question. Oscar, how do you feel for next spring when EU leaders are going to get into dialogue with social partners? Maybe this will be a historic moment about historic regulation, and that will already be on EU level as a draft EU regulation that we will be able already to talk about. Or these issues will be dealt with member states by themselves, that labor market is not going to be regulated on EU level? Or do you think a new directive or new regulation has to be adopted, or it should be only national legislation in the nearest future, already in spring?
Well, that's a difficult question for a researcher. We collect information about what is happening in Europe, and in this regard, we see that in some countries they have already carried out some social dialogue about the telework. In some countries there is new legislation. It is the case of Spain, for example. In France, there is a new regulation also through social dialogue, for example, but it's not the case in all member states. It is true that in most member states there is some dialogue about telework, what to do, or there is an initiative by one side of the industry. But when we talk about legislation, still the new legislation there is only in some countries. Before the pandemic, there were already legislation in some member states. I would say in most of Southwest and some of the Central Eastern member states, there was legislation already on telework. The fact is that what is happening now is that in some of these countries, they are trying to update, given the extension of the prevalence of telework and the number of workers. Of course, this is a more important aspect than before, and social partners and in some countries the parliaments are trying to update the regulation. So far, I would say if something is happening concretely with clear results, it is at member state level. Okay, we see new collective agreements in some sectors, in some countries, and we see some new legislation in few countries. It is true that there are initiatives at EU level. As you know, there is already from 2002 a framework agreement on telework signed by the EU level social partners, autonomous framework agreement that has been used by social partners, but also has been introduced in the legislation of some member states. There is also a new framework agreement from last year on digitalization, where, for example, issues related to connection and disconnection from digital devices are addressed. So at the EU level, I would say that social dialogue has been very active about digitalization and in general, but also about telework. What is also happening at EU level has happened last year. It was the approval of a report from the Parliament on the right to disconnect. And this report, I mean, basically was a proposal for new legislation at EU level on the right to disconnect, but also included provisions related to working conditions in telework. So the next steps, the Commission replied to the Parliament saying that this is first an issue to be dealt between the social partners. So in a way, the Commission threw the ball to the roof of the social partners at EU level to negotiate for potential new EU level legislation. So I think the Commission gave like a number of years, 3 years, for social partners to negotiate before they contemplate, own initiative from the Commission. I know there are also in the European Parliament, because we are in contact with them, some political groups that are trying to, to push for new legislation on digitalization issues and telework. So this is the situation right now, and I think I have answered your question.
Yes, indeed, you have answered to my question, and thank you also for this feeling, because I am very glad when listening to your answer that this cooperation and dialogue between employers and employees is so good. And also we are in this conference, and thanks to your advices and other advices, we will be able to formulate an opinion that would be valid not only for Latvia, but also for our neighboring countries, and who knows, maybe EU. Another framework, our OECD framework. We are all very proud to be OECD members. We are very, very modern countries. We are very much basing ourselves on certain points of view. And Sandrine Kazes is the Employment, Labor, Social Affairs Directorate representative. Also, she will be able to come up with some suggestions on telework. We in Latvia take very seriously OECD suggestions. Sometimes even more seriously we are listening to them than the other EU institutions. Maybe your point of view is contrary to what we've just heard. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And so good morning to all. I hope you can hear me. So indeed, I'm Sandrine Kaz. I'm a senior economist. I work at the OECD at the Employment, Labor and Social Affairs Directorate. And I don't think what I'm going to present will be so different from what you just heard, actually from Eurofond. Maybe some elements will actually be figures you have already seen, but maybe let me now start share my screen and start my presentation. Okay. I hope you can see it. Okay, I cannot hear anything, so hopefully you can see my screen. So as I was saying, so what I would like to do with that presentation is to provide you an overview of telework across OECD countries, also showing not only data about what happened during the pandemic, or maybe speculate about what will happen afterwards, but also provide some data about what was the situation, I mean, before the pandemic, before the COVID crisis. This presentation is based on a chapter we produced in the last OECD Employment Outlook 2021. There is a big extensive chapter actually on working time pattern trends, but also working time regulation. So that's probably something that you're going to be interested in. And we also look at the distribution by socioeconomic groups of working time and teleworking, and I would like also to share some figures about this in a minute. Maybe to start also with a quick word on definition, because I think it's important to recall that data are sometimes difficult to compare, in particular across OECD countries, because they may come from different sources and there are also different definitions of telework. According to the most precise definition, teleworking corresponds to situation where workers use information and communication technologies to work in a location other than the employer's premises. This means not only home. Moreover, there is also sometimes a concept of whether you telework regularly, frequently, or occasionally. So all these have different implications. And thus in terms of sources, we use different sources, sometimes coming from the working condition surveys, and we use quite extensively the European Working Condition Surveys, which is produced by the Eurofound colleagues. However, these data have some limited coverage, so sometimes we need to use other sources, sometimes based on a looser definition of teleworking. For instance, we use also the EU Labour Force Survey, where there is information, national sources, but also in the case of what happened during the pandemic crisis, we used a survey which was developed by researchers, the repeat data, which collected data on workers working from home during the pandemic. And I will come back on this in a minute. But maybe let me start with trying to move to my next slide. Okay, it's frozen. Okay. Okay, I hope you can see it, because I have no feedbacks from you. So what you see here basically is the incidence of teleworking before the COVID. And as you can see, so you have a number of OECD countries. As you can see, that until the outbreak of the COVID-19 crisis, the incidence, so the take-up of teleworking in OECD countries had remained rather limited. So you have data for 2000, 2010 and 2019. And if we look at figures on average for the OECD, the take-up of teleworking went from 7.4% of employees on average in 2000 to 13.5% in 2019. For Latvia, you have the data. You can see here that the incidence of teleworking had actually, in fact, slightly decreasing between 2000 and 2019, going from 5.3% to 2.5% of employees between 2000 and 2019. Of course, and this was outlined by Oscar in his presentation, there are differences in the use of telework across OECD countries, and those may be, of course, attributable to different factors. First of all, obviously, the fact that not all jobs are teleworkable. There are technical limits to teleworking. So, and there have been studies about this. I mean, the proportion of jobs that are teleworkable obviously is not the same in all countries. Not all firms are equipped with the adequate infrastructure. Not all regions also have access to fast broadband connection, etc., etc. Another factor is that there are a variation in management culture. I mean, the rapid deployment of teleworking in many countries as an answer to the health pandemic crisis suggests that actually the timid use of teleworking before the crisis was largely driven by also non-technical obstacles, including, as I just said, so on-site management culture, but also maybe sometimes workers fear for stigmatization if they would go for teleworking. But, and this is what I wanted to highlight here and give you a flavor also of what we did in this chapter of the Employment Outlook. There are also patterns of regulations, teleworking regulation, that seem also to partly contribute in explaining differences across OECD countries. So what you have here on the axis, horizontal axis, I don't know if you see it properly, but we looked in a quite very complex and detailed way at working time regulation and also teleworking regulation. I invite you, because I won't have time to go into details here, I invite you to have a look at the OECD chapter. As you can imagine, it's a very complex topic. In particular, we looked not only at the regulation by legislation, but also by collective agreement. And we did that through detailed questionnaires on working time regulation that we sent to our delegates, so to the OECD delegates from the Ministry of Labor of all countries, but also to social partners, so through our networks. And based on this very detailed questionnaire, so we look at different aspects of the working time regulation. And for teleworking, we in particular look at two different important aspects. One is the access to teleworking, and the other one is the legal framework, regulating the working condition of teleworking. So we had an extensive look at these two dimensions, but what I plotted here on that chart that I would like to highlight is that regarding access to teleworking, an important aspect is the right to request teleworking. And here the right to request teleworking, but also the enforceability of this right. That is, a right is enforceable when employers have limited reasons to refuse to grant it. And what you can see here, so on the left, is that in those countries where there is a right to request teleworking, and that right can be either happens through, can rather be statutory right or negotiated through collective bargaining. So what you can see on the left part of this chart is in the countries where there is a right, an enforceable right to request teleworking, the share of the incidents, the share of teleworking has been, first of all, increasing between 2000 and 2019, but secondly, was also higher. So those are countries, for instance, on the left, you can see countries such as Denmark, Sweden, Austria, but also the UK and Netherlands. So to summarize this, the evidence from this chart here is to show that teleworking was more widespread in countries where there was an enforceable right to request it, and also highest in countries where this right was granted through collective bargaining. Those are the countries on the left, negotiated right to request. So, of course, there are also differences across these countries. We are again talking only about average, but I think it was important to highlight the fact, and we started a bit that discussion in the question posed before to Oscar, about the importance of that regulation as one of the key elements influencing the take-up of teleworking in practice. Moving to the next slide. Okay. Oh, I think that was too fast. Okay, so what happened during the pandemic? So as you can see here, there was a massive surge in the share of employees working from home, from 16% of employees before the crisis to 37% in March 2020. As you can see here, this surge was observed in most OECD countries for which we have the data, independently here of whether and how the telework access was granted to workers. But this is also because somehow this large recourse to teleworking was mandatory in most of the cases. On this chart, you don't have Latvia included because we didn't have the data in that repeat survey we used to provide this, to construct this chart. However, the data coming from the EU LFS data for the whole 2020, so not only March, April, does not reveal a particular jump in teleworking statistics for Latvia, with the figures of 2.6% of employees teleworking in 2020 against 2000.5, so almost stable only in 2019. But I guess this discussion about Latvia will be much more detailed in the next session. Maybe a word now on teleworking by different types of groups. As I said, so those data presented here refer to the situation before the pandemic, so 2015, because that's where we had the detailed information. So this data comes from the European Working Conditions surveys. And we looked basically at three types of socio-demographic groups. We looked at data by gender, by education level, and also by earnings level. So gender quickly, the first thing to say that is that in 2015, on average, that's the red figure you have on the chart, for the 28 OECD countries represented here, so men, that's the green diamond, teleworked more than women. So we have the figure of 10.4% of men were teleworking against 7.7 for women. The gap is relatively small, in particular compared to that observed when comparing, and I will come to this in a minute, with groups by income and also by education level. However, it can be observed in almost all countries in a consistent manner. And in some countries, for instance, in Norway, as you can see, but also Luxembourg and a few others, the gap is particularly large. I'm not going to go into detail to explain what could explain this gap. It could probably partly explain also by the fact that women tend to be maybe concentrated in also specific sectors and occupation. So this would be worth looking at this in more details. Quickly, also data reveal that, again, those are still figures before the crisis. that teleworking was mostly the privilege, if I may speak so, of highly educated people. So again, you have people with tertiary education. So that's again the diamond in the lightest green figures, where you can see, for instance, for the OECD average, about more than 15% teleworking, having tertiary education, and for employees with education below upper secondary education, only 3% of people teleworking. I'm going quickly on that one because this is the story of having also, as you can see, rather high earnings people teleworking with, again, for the OECD average, the high earnings people, 16% against for low earnings, only 4.5% of people. And interestingly, so what happens during the crisis? During the crisis, essentially, the gaps widen, in particular for low, in particular by, if one compare people by income level and also education levels, you have here, if again you look at the red figures, which display the figures for the OECD average. So you have about 50% of workers in the highest quartile could telework, against 29% of workers in the first quarter. And if you look at data by also by education level, you have also a striking differences of 55% of highly educated were able to work from home against 90% of low educated. However, and that's now the current slide, interestingly, the gender gap that we had detected before the COVID, which I recall was not that big, reversed during the crisis. And here we have the data that on average, for the 11 OECD countries for which we had data for the March 2020 period, the gender gap in teleworking actually reversed, with 39% of men telework versus 42% of women. Okay, so this may be interesting to study further what may happen there. Maybe something to note, however, and if you look at the distribution of percentage here, and it's kind of worrying, actually more women had to stop working than men. So 20% of women had to simply stop working during that period against 18% of men. Finally, and this will be my last slide because I'm conscious of time. Okay, what comes next? I think it was said by previous speakers. Teleworking and hybrid work, that's a combination of telework and work at the office, will be more widespread. Teleworking is probably here to stay. You can see on this right part of the slide a chart based on a survey that was conducted in a paper by Nick Bloom and his colleagues, which was recently published. The chart draws from a survey in the US and highlights actually the fact that you had this huge jump pre-COVID, Then you had a sort of slight decline, but then you can see the plateau where actually this trend, this tendency to maintain telework and hybrid work will remain. As I said before, this pandemic was a forced experience, and all governments, business, unions, workers, everyone had to adapt quickly to teleworking during the pandemic. And somehow it worked. But I think it's important now to reflect a little bit more in terms of midterm, longer term, and look at the, let's say, structural shift. What would a structural shift to telework means if we would come to use it more systematically? What would this mean in terms of job quality, of well-being? And Oscar presented already some very interesting hints about this, but also reflect about what this means also in terms of productivity. So having said that, I think this leaves us to many open questions about the regulatory access to telework. And here again, it will be really interesting to have also your feedbacks about this first assessment we did in the employment outlook about this regulatory framework governing teleworking, but also think carefully all together with social partners to try to find a sort of win-win-win, if I may speak so, policies and solutions to make sure that teleworking benefit to all, so firms and workers and society. And with this, I stop here and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much also to you, Sandrine. I would like to remind you that in order to ask questions, you can use this connection type. You can see on the titles this cloud address, slido.com, and then you can enter 347702. Sandrine, I have the same question as for your colleague. Do you think that initially we have to revise labor legislation on the highest level, especially if you are talking that or saying that hybrid model is going to increase, and whether this will impact the productivity? So is there a basis to regulate it on the highest level, or is it the time to just observe, and maybe the pandemic is going to be over and we will return back to normal? Or should we hurry into adopting new legislation? Your organization has given already an insight where we as countries should think about in which areas of legislation, but is it does it have to be made in hurry?
Well, again, you are indeed asking difficult question. I think what came out quite how to say prominently from our work looking at telework regulation across OECD countries, that there are very different ways of regulating telework, and also it's quite complex to capture all this how to say granularity of the way it's regulated, because you have to look at many different aspects. For instance, as I presented briefly, whether this right to request teleworking is statutory, to what extent it's extensive, so whether it applies to all workers, to what extent it's enforceable, and the kind of working conditions that are granted here in the regulation. Having said that, each country also has very different collective bargaining models. So, as you know, and one important striking results that I've tried to flag in my presentation was actually to flag the importance of collective bargaining in regulating and providing this regulatory framework. Because I think collective bargaining can really help defining, let's say, find very fine-tuned solutions that are important for defining all these conditions framing teleworking, but also in granting that a sufficient number of workers get also covered by these conditions. So I'm not sure that things have to be, defined at the highest level. I rather think that one need to find also a pragmatic solution and make sure indeed that a majority of workers get access and also get the right condition, discuss and define together with employers. That's to me another important thing, because as I was flagging, one need to find win-win solutions that are in the interest of both the workers, ensuring well-being, job quality, but also productivity.
Jā, nu, liels paldies arī par jūsu.
Yes, thank you for your contribution. We will continue discussions, and I'm sure that, Sandrine, it will be interesting for you to follow what your colleague, Mr. Baranos, will tell about these aspects, because he has worked at the Ministry Analytics Department, and he's also the lead researcher in our Academy of Sciences, and he has always been interested in productivity and how the telework impacts the productivity. I hope that the impact is positive, and how you could even measure that during these remote times. Oleg, the floor goes to you. I hope that you can hear me. The presentation that I will provide is based on this national research program, recovery.lv. It was performed in the framework of this program, and I performed this research together with some colleagues from the University of Latvia, and it was conducted in 2020. And now I'll try to open the screen, the presentation. I hope you can see it. What I wanted to say, it includes three aspects. First, development trends, impact of the telework on productivity, and policy challenges. Unfortunately, Oleg, you should try to share the presentation once more, because we do not see it. Maybe you have two screens open, because sometimes if you have two screens open, you have to select from which screen you have to share the presentation. Do you see the presentation? Yes, maybe you can try to click on share again. What about now? Still not there? Last time when you tested this, it worked really fine. If you do not succeed, we can put on the presentation on our side and later colleagues could switch the slides when you say the next slide. Would that work for you? Yes, I see it on my screen, but for some reason it doesn't get shared. No, it's just fine. No, it worked out, and now you see the presentation that was opened by colleagues from Letta, and you just say the next slide, and we will switch over the slides. Thank you. I already started telling about the content. Please switch to the next slide. Namely that I want to speak about trends, productivity, and policy challenges. Next slide, please. Trends. The previous speakers already provided a lot of good information about trends, so that's why I will not focus on this that much. In this slide, we can see how in the EU, the share of telework has increased in 2020. And one thing we see that there are huge differences between member states. Why? Why are these great differences there? Because, in our opinion, due to the structure of sectors, if the respective country has more knowledge intensive services, the share of these services is greater, the more remote work, the more telework can be used. But this is just one of these aspects. Also, traditions play a great role, also the laws that are in place, also digital skills, ICT infrastructure. Next slide. Next slide, please. Another aspect that I would like to mention the mode of the remote work, of the telework, affects the telework, whether it takes place all the time or just frequently. And here you can see data about all EU member states. In countries where more telework is used, or partially or occasionally used, some countries have greater share than the others. For example, in Luxembourg, half of people work in this mode. In Sweden, close to 80, but in Latvia, at the same time, only 25% occasionally work in this mode. Next slide provides information about the dynamics of the telework since 2010. Here you can see information about the Baltic states and the EU average. And as you see, until the COVID pandemics, these lines were close to being level, with the exception of Estonia, where since 2015, the share of the telework had increased and much faster than in other places. The reason is what I just mentioned, namely the structure of sectors, also tradition and the laws. So what has happened with the telework during COVID pandemics? In the next slide, you can see data on situation in Latvia. During 4 or 5 quarters of COVID-19 pandemics, since the second quarter of 2020 to the first quarter of 2021. But according to these data, you can see quite well that the share of telework in Latvia fluctuates, depends on the reaction to the pandemic waves. At the beginning of the pandemics, on the average, 18.3% worked in telework. In summer of the last year, when the situation improved, the share dramatically or rapidly decreased. And in autumn, when the pandemic resumed until the end of the second quarter, we see that the teleworking share has increased significantly. In the next slide, you can see how telework has developed in various sectors. Previous speakers already explained quite well that in some sectors you can use remote work, and in some you cannot really use, and you can see that very well from the Latvian statistical data. As you see, telework was most widespread in ICT services, also financial and insurance services, but at the same time in trade, in manufacturing, it's just natural that telework is not that widespread. The next slide speaks about potential. What is the potential of the telework? Mr. Vargas already mentioned this and explained the total numbers, but our calculations are quite well aligned with those that were demonstrated by Mr. Vaga, specifically in Latvia. On the average, we can speak about 38% that could potentially work remotely. And of course, this also differs in various sectors. And in this graph, you can see what is the potential and what is the quarterly average share of those who were actually employed in telework. For example, financial and insurance services, the potential is 93%, but during the pandemics, only 63% worked remotely. And the same trend applies to all other sectors. So we can conclude that there is a huge gap between the potential and the actual share of those working in telework. As you saw in the EU, the gap is also large in other countries, and it is possible to increase this share. Next slide. I would like to speak about productivity in particular. We calculated the productivity during COVID times in comparison to 2019. And in the slide, you can see the productivity, and not only productivity, also added value and changes in employment and productivity by sector. And these in red boxes, these are the sectors that have a high potential of telework. And the conclusion is that during the pandemics, the productivity has increased in almost all sectors. Where it decreased, it was where there was more social contacts, where there were more restrictions like art, education, entertainment, sales, or trade. And if you look at the slide in more detail, you will see that the productivity was measured in two ways, both per hour as well as per one person employed. Under normal economic circumstances, these indicators are almost the same, but during the crisis, there was quite a large difference, which results due to statistical reasons. If we measure productivity against the employed, and due to standby benefits or idle benefits, the person actually didn't work, but according to statistics, this person was employed. There are also some other aspects. For example, some experts believe that during the crisis, the productivity measured per 1 hour would better describe the actual situation. But as you see, in both cases, the productivity has improved in all sectors. In the next slide, we have tried to split the same information, the same message but it has been split in two parts. Sectors with high potential of telework and others. If we look at the added values and those that have high potential, they amount to approximately 45% and others are 55%. And here we can see well that in the high potential sectors, there is better performance. If we look at the added value in the period of time from the second quarter 2020 to a second quarter 2021 and compare with 2019, in the high potential sectors, the added value has even increased, but while in the others has decreased. And the number of employees has decreased to a lesser extent in the high potential sectors. Also, if we look at productivity, the results here are much better than in other sectors. Next slide, please. This also shows that in sectors with with higher teleworking potential, the productivity level is also higher. On the vertical axis, we see the average productivity from 2014 to 2020, and on the horizontal axis, we see the telework potential in the particular sector. And here we can see EU average as well as Latvia, and we can also see that in sectors with higher potential, like financial and in insurance sector, they also have a higher productivity. And at the end of my presentation, next slide, please. I would like to touch upon political challenges and directions to promote the productivity of telework. First, we have to speak about legal framework, and as I know during this conference, we'll speak about this, like the basic conditions for telework in collective agreements, which is important. We have to also speak about hidden overtime. It was also mentioned by previous speakers who spoke about this problem. Also, compensation of costs of employee for work beyond the internet. It seems that one of the speakers has forgotten to switch off the mic, so Mr. Baranos will now continue. Hopefully everyone can hear him. So the second aspect is the organization of the telework. Here I would like to place a special focus on the fact that one of the greatest problems is how to measure productivity. Several studies have been conducted on this, and several software have been developed, but it differs from company to company. And this is one of the questions, one of the problems that should be solved if, let's say, detailed guidelines could be prepared to ensure that employers are more ready to allow remote work. Of course, then we also have to speak about equipment, social infrastructure. It's also important. And also it is very important to spread the best management practices. But these are not the only factors. We have to look at the next slide. Of course, the productivity of telework also depends on digital skills and ICT infrastructure. And I have to say that in Latvia, in this regard, we have specific achievements, but also vulnerabilities. For example, as to digital skills, only half of Latvian population lacks basic digital skills. As to communication ICT infrastructure, the greatest problem is the digital gap between urban and rural areas. As to digitization of companies, according to our data, we see that the integration of digital technologies in Latvia, in Latvian companies, is much below the EU average, and also data privacy, data protection is very important. And then also the last thing I would like to mention is how the public administration communicates with private individuals. In our platform recovery.lv, we conducted a research study on this aspect, and we offered that a new communication form should be launched, like video conferences, during which officials could communicate with individuals, and lawyers even specified what amendments and which laws should be introduced to ensure such form of communication. And the last slide that I would like to show to finish my presentation is as follows. We see that the telework results in many advantages as well as in disadvantages and challenges. On the one hand, it can improve the productivity, reduce costs like transportation costs, but it can also result in isolation and stress, which has been demonstrated by various surveys, because the border or because the line between the home and the work just disappears. So the main challenge here in this context is to find the best, the optimum balance between the traditional and the remote work. And according to various surveys, various studies, one solution could be to ensure that employees meet a few days a month at the office to spend time on developing new ideas together with colleagues, and maybe in a more productive way than before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Your vision in order to look for debates, I would like to ask, if we are calling ourselves Eastern Europe, let us move from a Western point, and maybe from a side picture is clearer. That's why we invite a representative, Catriona McKeitings from Ireland, and she is representing a European law team at EBEC, and she's going to talk about the evolution of this tango of teleworking and role of social partners in Ireland. How does it look like in Ireland? Because they are one of the strongest dancers of this collective dance, or do you have other observations? Please, the floor is yours.
Morning, thanks for having me. I think I'll cover it in my presentation really, so maybe the best thing to do would just be to start the presentation, and then if there's any specific questions following on from that, we can do that at the end. So I'll just share my presentation now, and I'm hoping that you can all see this. So please let me know if there are any issues, but I'm going to talk to you today about the evolution of teleworking and the role of the social partners in Ireland. As I said, my name is Catriona McKeating, and I'm an employment law solicitor at IBEC, which is the Irish Business and Employers Confederation. On the agenda today, I'm going to look first of all at the evolution of telework in Ireland, then some of the challenges and advantages that it presents, and then finally to look at the role of the social partners in its evolution. So first of all, looking at that evolution, and specifically at the legal framework for telework. Now, some of the other speakers have mentioned, the legal framework in different countries, and in Ireland, there is no definition of telework or remote work in Irish law. Remote work is probably the term that we would use more commonly. But there is that 2002 European Framework Agreement that was mentioned earlier, and that tends to be the definition that people refer to in, say, government policy if they are talking about defining remote work or telework. And so that defines it as a form of organising and or performing work using information technology in the context of an employment contract or relationship, where work which could also be performed at the employer's premises is carried out away from those premises on a regular basis. And as mentioned by the other speakers, that doesn't necessarily mean it's done at home, it's just not on the employer's premises. So the thing to note is that while we don't have any kind of specific law regarding remote work in Ireland, all of the legislation, employment legislation that would apply to employees while they are at the employer's offices also applies while they are working at home. So that includes health and safety, data protection, employment equality, organisation of working time. So regardless of whether the employee is in their own home, in a remote working hub, or in the employer's office, all of those obligations will remain. I'm going to look now just at the evolution of telework in Ireland. So the first time that telework really came to the fore in terms of national policy was in 1998, and there was a National Advisory Council on Teleworking established. And they issued a report that was called Teleworking, the Shortest Route to Work. And so the focus there was really on employment opportunities that telework could provide, and also how teleworking might impact on commuting times. Then in 2000, there was a code of practice on telework introduced by the government. But because in 2002, there was the European Framework Agreement on telework, that code of practice had to be updated because it didn't comply with the provisions of the European Framework Agreement. So then in 2004, the social partners, being IBEC, the employer representative body, and the Irish Congress of Trade Unions, ICTU, they came together to draft the updated code of practice in order to reflect that European Framework Agreement. However, that was, although the draft was finalised, it was never signed into Irish law, so it stood stagnant, nothing really happened with it. And then Ireland entered a period of economic recession, and nothing really happened in terms of telework at national level or policy level for a number of years until 2015. And in 2015, there was the Regional Action Plan for Jobs, which was the government policy, and that looked at telework in the context of developing regional remote working hubs. And so the focus there was trying to bring work to more rural areas in the country by developing remote working hubs where people could work from in regional areas. Then in 2019, there were two different government reports published. The first was Future Jobs Ireland, and that was a very comprehensive document and policy that looked at kind of the remote working landscape as it existed and had very ambitious sites for Ireland and remote working. And it emphasised remote working as a way of attracting and retaining talent and increasing the participation of workers in the labour market. We also then had the Climate Action Plan, which was another government policy, which looked at how teleworking would reduce Ireland's carbon footprint by reducing commuting times. And then, of course, in 2020, we had the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'll address it in the next few slides, but there's a huge policy shift then to remote working by the government, and they published their report, Making Remote Work, which is the future of Ireland's remote working strategy. So just look at that in a bit more detail. So on the 27th of March 2020, the Irish government announced that travel to and from work was permitted only for essential workers. So that resulted in mass emergency remote working, and some of the other speakers referenced it earlier, you know, where people were working from home, the schools were closed, we were in lockdown, you were working with your children in the house as well. So it was a completely unprecedented situation. As a result of that, in July 2020, the Department of Enterprise, Trade and Employment held a public consultation, and I've included a link to those documents there, on remote working guidance. So they went to the public to see what are the challenges and the benefits that you see in remote working. What can we do in terms of developing a policy, you know, about this? What do you want to see in this? And there were 520 responses received. So that was from the public in general, including social partners. And further to that public consultation, the department published a remote working checklist for employers. And again, I've included a link to that there because it's a really useful document. It looks at a number of different areas that would be of consideration for employers, including, you know, have you got your policies up to date to ensure that they are suitable for remote working? It looks at, you know, health and safety considerations, data protection, mental health considerations for your employees. And it also breaks it down into, you know, whether your employees are working remotely at home or whether they're working from a remote working hub. So it's a really useful document if people wanted to have a look at it. Then in January of this year, the department published Making Remote Work, which is Ireland's national remote work strategy. And that was informed by that public consultation and the responses that were received from that. So I'm just going to look at that in more detail in the next slide. So the National Remote Work Strategy is broken down into 3 pillars. So pillar 1 looks more kind of at the micro legislative provisions, where, and then as it goes on to pillar 3, it's more of the kind of macro collecting data, all of that. So first of all, at pillar 1, there was a commitment that the government would introduce a code of practice on the right to disconnect. And we'll see in some of the advantages and disadvantages in a moment that that was one of the things that employees highlighted as being an issue with working from home, that it's difficult to separate your work life from your home life. Your laptop is there, your phone is there, how do you switch off? And so there is this code of practice now on the right to disconnect. And again, I'll talk about that in the context of the social partners because they were heavily involved in that. They also have committed to legislating on the right to request remote work. So for the first time, we will have some kind of legislation on this area. They also committed to providing employers and employees with updated guidance on remote work. And that again, heavily involved the social partners, and I'll talk about that later. They committed to reviewing tax arrangements for remote work. And yesterday we just had our budget for next year, and there was provision in there for tax arrangements for remote work. So that commitment has been met. In terms of pillar 2, the government has said that they are going to invest in remote working hubs and infrastructure in underserved areas. So again, that's looking at how you can use remote working as a way of developing rural areas and you know, bringing employment to regional areas. Also, they're going to look at accelerating the national broadband plan, because of course, in order to allow people to work remotely, you have to be able to connect to Wi-Fi or broadband, and a lot of parts of Ireland wouldn't have that level of connection yet, and that was one of the big issues that kind of came to the fore during the pandemic as well. So that's one of the commitments of government. And then finally, I guess just in pillar 3, they have said that they're going to develop data on the incidence and frequency of remote work and establish a centralised cross-departmental knowledge base and have meetings of an interdepartmental group every 4 months. So it's quite a comprehensive strategy. They've also committed to the following things. So firstly, they're going to mandate for public sector employers, colleges and other public bodies to move to 20% home working in 2021. So that's a huge shift in how the public sector operates, and that they will be guaranteed to have 20% of home working in 2021. So it's a hybrid model for the public sector. They also are going to raise awareness of existing remote work hub infrastructure. So, you know, making employers and employees aware of the type of remote work hubs that we have available already. And they're going to work with stakeholders such as Enterprise Ireland to promote remote work amongst businesses. So advising on skill needs, training and best practice. So it is a comprehensive national remote work strategy. If we look then now at the challenges and advantages of remote working, and a number of these were identified as part of that public consultation. So in terms of the advantages, again, some of the other speakers have considered this, but there's better work-life balance, more efficient use of time because employees aren't traveling to and from meetings, shorter commute times is a huge one, which then in turn leads to a reduction in the carbon footprint because there's less cars on the road, less buses, all of that, and then regional development, which I've addressed. In terms of the disadvantages though, again, we've had some discussion over your organisation of working time obligations. So in Ireland, as I said earlier, your obligations as an employer remain the same irrespective of whether your employees are working from home or a remote location or in the office. So you have to make sure that you're recording their working hours, their rest breaks, and sometimes the mechanisms that you use to do that might not translate to a remote working environment. So employers need to make sure that they have those kind of systems in place. Of course, your health and safety obligations towards your employees are also the same, irrespective of where they're working. And that can present difficulties if the employee is using their home as their workplace. So for example, if a workplace accident occurs in the home, at what point is it a workplace accident? At what point is it just an accident that occurs at home? You know, where is the cutoff point between the home as a working environment and the home as a home? Also, you have to carry out ergonomic assessments of your employee's workstation, which can be difficult if the employee is working from home, but those obligations remain. So there are some of the challenges that employers would face there. In terms of data protection and cybersecurity, again, there's a higher risk of there being a threat if you are not in the employer's office. So they have to put protocols and systems in place to reduce that risk. Equality, you still have to do things like ensure that any employees with a disability are receiving reasonable accommodation. You know, if you're working from home or in a hybrid situation, perhaps that means doubling up on the accommodations that might need to be provided. So these are all considerations that need to be taken into account. Isolation and loneliness is one of the biggest things that employees cited as being a disadvantage of working from home during the pandemic. There's none of the social interaction, and that's something that coming out of the pandemic, a number of offices are looking at hybrid working situations to try and counter that. Then an inability to switch off, which again we'll look at in the context of the right to disconnect. And then companies say that when you don't have your staff on site altogether, there's a reduction in innovation or creativity amongst them. I've included this slide here and I'm not going to go through it, but just it's a resource page because a number of the Irish state agencies have produced guidance documents to assist both employers and employees with addressing the challenges of remote working during the pandemic. And there's some really useful information there. So it's just there for people to have a look at if they wanted to at a later point. And I think it would translate to other jurisdictions. Then finally, just to look at the role of the social partners, and I know I'm a bit short on time, so I will try to be as quick as I can. So in Ireland, we had social partnership for about 20 years, up until 2009, and it was a formal social partnership and a number of tripartite agreements were reached during that time. However, from 2009 onwards, we didn't have any form of formal social partnership at national level until 2016, when the Labour Employer Economic Forum was established. And that brought together representatives of employers, trade unions and government to discuss economic, employment and labour market issues. And LEAF, as it's known, meets approximately 4 times per year, and it provides a consultative, informal structure for an exchange of views and dialogue on economic and social policies insofar as they affect employment and the workplace. And in the context of COVID-19, LEAF really came to the fore, and we'll look at that on the next slide. So given the importance of keeping workplaces safe during the pandemic, LEAF established a consultative stakeholder group. So that group oversaw the implementation of a guidance note, and it's known as the Work Safely Protocol. And the purpose of that was to assist employers and workers to plan for a phased return to the workplace. So, you know, as the pandemic went on, there were stages where we were in full lockdown, then we were allowed to, you know, have some people come back to work. Now we started a phased return to the workplace on the 20th of September 2021, and the final COVID restrictions are due to be lifted on the 22nd of October of this year, so in a few weeks' time. So the Work Safety Protocol was first published in November of 2020. It was then updated in December of 2020, May of this year, a few weeks ago in September, just before the phased return to the workplace opened. And then it's expected that there will be a further final update to that document before the 22nd of October. So the protocol, and again, I've included a link to it there. It's a really good document, it's a robust document, and it's applicable to all sectors of the economy. It sets out all of the public health, infection, prevention and control measures that are required in every workplace in order to prevent and reduce the spread of COVID-19. And it's a very practical document for employers in terms of what kind of measures they need to put in place, you know, what kind of persons they should have in order to liaise with them, all of that. So it's a really, really good document. And again, there's a link to it there if anybody wanted to have a look at it. Then there's just two final kind of legislative pieces that I'm going to look at that involve the social partners. So the first one is the right to disconnect. And as I mentioned earlier, this was a commitment given by government under Pillar 1 of the National Remote Work Strategy, further to that public consultation. The Code of Practice was published by the Workplace Relations Commission in April of 2021, but it was drafted in consultation with employer and employee representative bodies, being IBEC and ICTU, so it was heavily influenced by the social partners. It provides best practice guidance for both employers and employees, and it just confirms and complements the existing legal requirements under Irish law, such as working time and all of that. The focus is on supporting an employee's right to disconnect, but it also recognises that businesses and their operational needs may dictate that there will be situations which require some out of hours working, depending on the nature of the service being provided or the employee's role or the needs of customers or clients and the requirement to maintain critical services. So it's a very balanced document, and as I said, it just complements our existing legal requirements. And that was heavily involving the social partners in its drafting. The second point that was committed to in that National Remote Work Strategy was the right to request remote work. So this is the first time that there will be a legislative right to request remote work in Irish law. So currently, all employees can request to remote or to work remotely, but there's no legal framework in place around how a request should be made or how the employer should respond to it. So, you know, that can create difficulties, because how do you decide that employee A will or will not be allowed to work from home and employee B will or will not be allowed to work from home? So we're hoping that as part of the legislation, there will be guidance to employers in terms of how do you refuse the request, you know, how should you deal with them as you get them. There was a public consultation in May of this year, and a report on the submissions received, including from the social partners, was published in August of 2021, and I've included a link to that report there. And the government have said that they intend to introduce legislation by the end of this year. But as it stands now, we haven't seen any heads of bill. We're not sure what's going to be included in that legislation, but there is a commitment that there will be legislation introduced by the end of the year. So that's kind of the final piece in the legislative framework that the government have committed to. So just in conclusion, really in Ireland, remote work wasn't a focus of government strategy until around 2015. And then in 2019, it became more of a focus. And with the onset of the pandemic, it's a key focus of government strategy and national strategy. And also the role of the social partners has heavily increased based on the use of LEAF to develop this work safely protocol to assist companies and employees in ensuring that there's a safe return to work at the end of the pandemic. So if there are any questions, I'm going to conclude my presentation there, and I'd be happy to take any questions on that.
Jā, liels paldies ar jautājumiem. Mēs mēģināsim.
Thank you very much. We will tackle the questions after the presentations. Now we will fly over Europe. You will also have a flight back to another eastern country, to the country east of you, in Belgium. Belgium is one country which is very overpopulated. That's why teleworking was very necessary. In also a country where virus was spreading very quickly. So not due to a dialogue of social partners, but for medical reasons, I believe this progress has been made. So one measurement was done by Uge Gunn, lawyer at the General Labour Federation of Belgium, and thank you very much for being here from your wonderful kingdom. The floor is yours.
So good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me well and you can see my screen. Okay, perfect. I will.
Jā, vienīgi, ja jūs varētu lūdzu ielikt slaidrādu uz pilnu ekrānu.
Maybe you can share full screen, please.
Okay, is it better now? I think it is. So thank you for having me today. So my name is Eugen. I'm a legal advisor at the Belgian trade union FGTB. So I'm gonna start directly. So in Belgium, we currently have a double framework. So one for structural telework via the collective labor agreement number 85, and the other one for occasional telework via the law of the 5 March 2017. During the corona crisis and until recently, we had a third instrument for mandatory and recommended telework by authorities. So based on a survey of 1,500 workers, so those are not official statistics, but just a trend, we can see that before the corona crisis in January 2020, almost 33% of workers were teleworking on a regular basis. And in September 2021, the number of teleworkers has stabilized at just over 40%, but is mainly in the number of days per week that has increased. So first of all, the occasional telework. So the law of 5 March 2017 does not only deal with telework, it is only Article 22 to 28 that deal with it. Those articles introduce in Belgium what is called occasional telework, so the one which is not established on a regular basis. In reality, this form of telework was conceived for situation of force majeure, of personal reason at work which prevent the worker from working on the company office. So in a nutshell, it can be carried out of the worker's home or at any other place chosen by him or her. The worker has the same rights as the working condition as comparable worker on the company office. The workload and the performance criteria are equivalent, and the worker manages the organization of his or her work within the framework of the working hours applicable in the company. So the workers and the employer must agree before telework on certain aspects of telework, including the possible provision of equipment and technical support by the employer, the possible accessibility of the worker during occasional telework, and the possible coverage by the employer of the cost related to occasional telework. It should be noted that the framework within which occasional telework can be requested can be set by a collective labor agreement within the company. And this framework must at least set out 5 elements. So the first one is the function or activities that are compatible with occasional telework, the procedure for requesting and granting occasional telework, the possible provision by the employer of the necessary equipment for occasional telework and technical support, the possible accessibility of the worker during occasional telework, and finally, the possible coverage by the employer of the cost related to occasional telework. So the law does not provide for anything more, so it is rather a weak general framework. There is nothing in terms of well-being at work, training, collective rights, coverage of costs, etc. But it does contain some interesting elements, notably the issue of accessibility of work, which relate to direct to disconnected. And we will see that the regulatory framework for structural telework is as yet silent on this issue. So secondly, the most important in Belgium is the structural telework, set out by the collective agreement, labor agreement number 85. So this collective labor agreement was concluded in 2005 at the Conseil National du Travail, so National Labor Council, which bring together trade unions and employer organizations at national level. This national collective labor agreement was concluded on the basis of the European Framework Agreement of 2002. Here we find ourselves in a framework where telework is regular and no longer occasional. This form of telework is entirely voluntary for the worker and the employer and can be introduced both at the beginning of the employment contract and during the employment contract. For each individual teleworker, a written agreement must be drawn up and must mention a series of information. So the frequency of telework, the times of period during which the teleworker must be reachable and by what means, the times when the teleworker can call on technical support, the modalities for the employer to cover expenses and costs, the condition and modalities for returning to work, and the place where the teleworker has chosen to work from. As for occasional telework, the workers has the same right to working condition as comparable workers on the company office. The workload and performance criteria are equivalent, and the workers manage the organization of his or her work within the framework of the working time applicable in the company. So the teleworker must also be informed of the working condition, and in particular those complementary to the telework situation. To fit the reality of the company or the work, specific complementary collective and or individual agreement can be concluded within the company. And one of the big advantages of this structural framework is that it contains a lot of information about cost. So the employer is obliged to provide the teleworker with the necessary equipment for telework, to install and maintain it, and the employer is exclusively responsible for the cost of connection and communication related to telework. Secondly, if the teleworker uses his or her own equipment, the cost of installation of computers programs, operation and maintenance cost, and the cost of depreciation of the equipment related to telework are the responsibility of the employer. In addition, the employer must provide teleworkers with an appropriate technical support service. In terms of well-being at work, the employer must inform the worker on the company policy on health and safety at work, and in particular, the requirement for displaced training. The employer must take measures to prevent isolation of the teleworker from other workers in the company. For example, the possibility to meet regularly with other colleagues. In addition, teleworkers receive an appropriate training to target on the technical equipment available to them and the characteristic of this form of work organization. This access to training is also available to the line manager. Finally, teleworkers have the same collective right as workers employed in the employer office, and teleworkers have the right to communicate with workers' representative and vice versa. The workers' representatives are informed and consult on the introduction of telework. So this is rather a complete framework, but it lacks mainly, but not only, the issue of the right to disconnect and accessibility of the worker, the issue of privacy and personal data protection, all the issue of worker well-being, health and safety, and an ergonomic working environment, and the issues of control and supervision that the employer exercise or may exercise. So now I will focus on three specific issues. So first, the right to disconnect in Belgium. So at the moment, the right to disconnect in Belgium is very limited. In consultation, a consultation can be organized within the Committee for Prevention and Protection at Work, which is a body which deals, among other things, with issues related to well-being in the company. So this committee can discuss the issue of disconnection at work and the use of digital means of communication. The committee can then make proposals and give advice to the employer on the basis of this consultation. And then agreements can be concluded on this basis and incorporated into the company own working regulations. So in Belgium at the moment, there is no right to disconnect in itself, and there is no obligation for the employer to implement this right in the company. Secondly, I will speak about the mandatory telework coronavirus. So we have urgently concluded a temporary collective agreement that applies to mandatory or recommended teleworking in Belgium. This agreement is currently void because the telework is no longer mandatory in Belgium, but it did contain some important elements, for example, on the issue of the coverage of cost. So basically, this agreement is divided in two parts. The first is about agreement that have to be concluded for each teleworker on the provision by the employer of the equipment necessary for the teleworker to carry out his task, as well as the provision of technical support. The employer payments of the cost of installation of relevant computer programs, of the cost of use, operation, maintenance, and depreciation, and finally about additional connection costs. So all of these elements have to be concluded in an agreement. And in addition, discussions should take place and as far as possible lead to agreement for each teleworker on those following elements. So the modalities of working hours, if these have to be adapted, taking into account the work-life balance, arrangement for monitoring result and or evaluation criteria, and finally the accessibility and non-accessibility of the teleworker. So this is quite an interesting agreement, but no, it is currently void. But since the beginning of the crisis, the trade union bench wanted to adapt the collective labor agreement number 85, so about the structural telework, and strained and updated, but we were completely blocked by the employer bench. However, we were able to obtain that once the crisis was over or had calmed down, we would evaluate the existing legal framework and adapt it if necessary in the light of the new data available. So we are currently in the middle of new discussion within the National Labour Council to evaluate and update the Belgian legal framework. We want to either adopt a new national collective labor agreement or to strengthen collective labor agreement number 85. So in any case, the aim is to achieve a global harmonized framework. We have heard experts from various backgrounds in Belgium, and now the discussion between the social partners have started. Our objective as social partner is not to lose anything in relation to what we know about the structural framework, and to integrate the following dimension in particular. So to remain, that the telework have to remain voluntary and to be introduced through social consultation within the company. The prohibition of any unfavorable treatment in the event of a worker refusal to telework, a fundamental right to disconnect, a clarification of the power of control that the employer can exercise. We do not want surveillance mechanisms for the worker, a better balance between private and professional life, establish a tool for recording working time, the fact that telework cannot lead to a difference in treatment within the same company between those for whom telework is possible and those for whom it is not, effective coverage of cost, so including electricity, gas, internet, water, mobile, etc. The fact that the employer office can continue to accommodate all workers at the same time, that effective communication channels are provided so that workers' representatives can continue to carry out their task without interference from the employer and in a secure manner, a strengthening of the well-being, health and safety aspect, and finally a regular evaluation on how telework is organized in the company, what can or should be improved, respecting social consultation within the company. So that's about the legal regulation in Belgium about telework, and I will be pleased to answer all the questions. Thank you.
Jā, liels paldies jums par stāstījumu. Man liekas, ir lieliski ņemt vērā šo jūsu pieredzi, cik savā ziņā relaksēti jūs to stāstat. Tas nozīmē, ka tā dinamika, ko iedeva šis jaunais darbs, nekādā veidā netika bremzēta ar to fenomenu, ka Beļģijā, kā zināms, ir ļoti daudz dažādi reģionālie un nacionālie parlamenti, kuriem
namely that there are several national parliaments in Belgium making this process a bit longer than in other countries. We understand very well that there are moments when you have to take a temporary regulation that can be good for a longer time as well. But it would be honest actually to measure everything, listening at the country who invented retirement, pension, namely Germany. Germany has a new chancellor now, and I am very proud that now we can give the floor to Arne Franke, Director of European Affairs, Confederation of Germany's Employers Association, and he is going to talk about also role of social partners in such a big country as Germany. Please, the presentation time for you.
Yes, thank you very much for having me, and especially thank you very much to our colleagues from LDDK and LBAS for hosting this very interesting conference. Yes, I want to look a little bit into the future, how social partners can shape this important process of increased use of telework. As we are a little bit behind the schedule, I will try to focus on the most important things I would like to discuss with you. I hope that the presentation is working. Yes. We have heard about two national examples already from Ireland and from Belgium. And I would like to add another layer of complexity to this. We have a very special situation in Germany. The word teleworking is legally defined in a very special way. Teleworking only means when the employer sets up the workplace at the employee's premises, and the employer has also a certain responsibility with regard to occupational safety and health measures and so on, how this environment at the employee's premises is shaped. So this model is rarely used in Germany because it is linked to a lot of red tape and a lot of bureaucracy and legal obligations. We prefer to speak about mobile working because when we have agreements with employees about mobile working, mostly we don't care whether they do it in a train, in a restaurant, in a park, or at home. But of course, home office under certain fixed conditions is part of this concept of mobile work we try to focus on. And as I said, I would like to look a little bit into the future, how to shape this process as social partners, we, the employer side, and the trade unions. We have mostly two problems. The legal framework on mobile work is very outdated. For example, when it comes to resting time, you know that there is the provision of 11 hours. When it comes to maximum working time, in Germany, this is very strict. It's only 8 hours a day. We have a clash of flexible working requirements, work-life balance, wishes from employees with the legal provisions on working time. Imagine a young father who works from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the morning, then brings his daughter to the kindergarten, then goes to the office, works until 3 o'clock, and then again picks up his daughter from the kindergarten, takes care of her, and after she went to bed at 9 o'clock in the evening, he starts again to work from 9 o'clock in the evening until 11 o'clock at night. This would be forbidden because it is a clash with the resting time of 8 hours and the maximum working time of 8 hours. So we need more flexibility, and I have the feeling that the social partners can shape this. And there is another problem, the clash with legal recording obligations for employers. In Germany, they are forced to record the working time exactly. But when an employee works at home, he cannot control this. And also the employee doesn't want to record this because he wants to be flexible and do a break for 20 minutes again for the daughter who wants to ask a question. So adequate provisions to regulate mobile working have to be agreed upon a number of collective agreements in the future. And we have very good examples in Germany where the social partners already agreed on this. And probably we also need adaptations in the legal framework in Germany to have more room for maneuver. This, what I described, were not problems evolving during the COVID pandemic. They existed already beforehand. And now I want to focus on the past 1.5 years, because there we saw that flexible agreements amongst employers and employees and trade unions are possible. We had many flexible solutions all over Germany, and we also had political decisions to make it more easy. So the most prominent example was a joint appeal last year of the social partners together with the federal president in Germany to make use of home office as far as feasible and possible. There was also, which was of course asked by the trade unions, a temporary right to home office, which was part of the ordinance given by the government with regards to COVID-19. And we had, as I described, a lot of provisions for facilitating mobile work in several company agreements. But this was emergency mode. This was the pandemic. But as we heard from our colleague from OECD, for example, this will be part of the future. And we in Germany tend to call it new work. There is a wish for new work and to adapt the legal framework, to adapt the social partner collective agreements in this regard. And we have to find solutions for this. And there we come to the three main points I would like to discuss with you. First of all, there is a modern legal framework which is needed. For example, in Germany, we have a very strict interpretation of the European Directive on Working Time. This should be more flexible. For example, a focus on a weekly working time of 48 hours instead of the 8 hours enshrined in the German working time law. On the other hand, which is not helpful, and some colleagues mentioned it already, the so-called right to disconnect, may it be on a national level or may it be on a European level, would, in our view, complicate telework, mobile working, and work-life balance, because it would oblige to create control mechanisms on the side of the employer, which would not lead to more flexibility, but to the contrary. So a modern legal framework is necessary. As part of this fair and balanced regulation, we need not only not only more flexibility for the social partners, but also a higher degree of shared responsibilities. Because you cannot only ask for more rights for employees without having ownership also as employee, how to shape the relation with your employer. And here the social partners have very good solutions in Germany, which of course not apply to every sector and to the whole workforce, but we have here an important word to say as social partners, and we have better solutions than unflexible legal frameworks. This is my last line to take. There are no one-size-fits-all solutions. In the different sectors, we can find solutions which apply to these certain sectors, but we cannot have a legal framework which would apply to everybody. Also here, I want to quote the colleague from OECD. Teleworking is not applicable to the major part of the workforce. It only applies to those who have, let's say, white-collar desk jobs. But also here, the social partners have a very important role to play. And here I'm gonna stop, and I hope we can discuss how to shape this new form of working time and flexibility in the future. Thank you very much.
Jā, liels paldies.
Thank you very much. So in the look for the new form, we are all in the same place. We have many challenges for all of us, but your experience is admirable. Although we have to be happy that this is a new progress or acceleration. And I hope that Madam Miriam Pinto, Head of International Social Affairs from Confederation of Spain, is going to talk about that. In your country, social dialogue has been rather loud in the last decades. Was it hushed by teleworking or not? Because we know also in your country the numbers of COVID patients were very high, but maybe due to the crisis feeling, everyone came to terms and everyone helped to, and it helped for everyone to agree on something, how it is in Spain.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? Can you see the presentation? I hope so. I think so, yes. Well, good morning to all of you. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to this international conference and for letting me share with you all our experience on telework regulation in Spain originates from an agreement with the social partners. Much has already been said this morning here, and I cannot agree more with the presentations from our colleagues from Eurofound, OECD, and of course my colleagues from Germany, Belgium, and Ireland. Our experience, of course, has a lot to do with everything that had been said this morning. It has a lot to do, first of all, with the outbreak of the pandemic, which inevitably precipitated remote working under extraordinary conditions and in a very short time, from one wave to the next one, literally. It was a very quick adaptation to have 4.5 million of workers still working at home as a priority health containment measure. Of course, communication technologies have really been the key tool to allow the 30–40% of the working population in Spain could telework and to give continuity to economic activity, to which, of course, must be added an enormous effort of the companies and the workers. But nor should we forget that before the COVID, we were already facing challenges in the labor field in the medium term, as a consequence of globalization, robotization, digitalization, and of course, we are talking about the digital transformation of companies, of jobs, qualification of workers, upskilling, reskilling, work-life balance, the reasonable use of new technologies, right to disconnect. So, what COVID does, indeed, is to accelerate all these existing trends in the labor market, and as a consequence, telework is installed in our country, but in a legal context marked by insufficient specific regulation. I will start saying that we've always understood that telework is a competence of the social partners, insofar as it is a new form of work organization, and precisely the social dialogue at European and at national level and collective bargaining have played a crucial role on its regulation. As everybody knows, in 2002, in the context of the European Social Dialogue, the Framework Agreement on Telework was reached, and it was to become a reference in all telework regulations in European countries. In Spain, the most representative trade unions and employers' organizations in the country implemented this European Framework Agreement in their 2003 cross-industry agreements for employment and collective bargaining. And they did it also in the next cross-industry agreements, highlighting telework as a means of modernizing the organization of work, including the voluntary nature and reversibility of for workers and companies and guaranteeing equal rights for workers. But in Spain, it is really collective bargaining, the tool that has made possible to articulate telework and to adapt it to the sector and to the company's needs. It is true that it was not in the majority of the collective bargainings, but it was quite common in the technological companies and sectors. In terms of regulation, there was only one article referring telework in the Workers' Statute, Article number 13, that defined teleworking as the work activity carried out predominantly, so over the 50%, at the worker's home or a place freely chosen by the worker as an alternative to being carried out in person at the company's workplace. So, of course, it was therefore necessary to fill the existing regulatory vacuum with a sufficient and comprehensive regulation that responds to the needs and, of course, balancing the use of this form of work and the advantages for companies and workers with a limited framework of rights that satisfy quality treatment, exercise of collective rights, of course, promotion and training, and the compensation of expenses. What happened last year in the middle of the COVID pandemic? Well, what happened was that the government considered that it was urgent and even an opportunity to address telework regulation and cover COVID telework situations. Of course, we certainly didn't share this starting point, these two premises for obvious reasons. Firstly, because a regulation that indeed is intended to encourage teleworking cannot be regulated by in haste. And secondly, because the opportunity shouldn't be misunderstood. The reality of COVID teleworking was not the one chosen voluntarily and as a form of work organization, but one that responded to a health containment measure to ensure the continuity of business activity. That said, the government prepared a first draft regulatory text very quickly and without social dialogue at the very beginning, and this result was grossly unbalanced. It disregarded the principles of the European Framework Agreement on teleworking and only provided for voluntariness and reversibility for the benefit of workers. It started from an erratic approach to teleworking as a worker's right, even as a work-life balance measure in itself. It affected all telework carried out on a regular basis, not on a monthly basis, that is what we had in the regulation, and it didn't provide for any responsibility or liability for the worker. So, as a consequence, the employers' organizations rejected this first text. It strangled the management and control capacity of the employer. It didn't reconcile the flexibility needs of companies with the rights of workers, so it was not balanced. It constrained individual and collective autonomy, and it introduced a lot of rigidity, bureaucracy, and cost, and at the end, ultimately discourage rather than encourage the use of telework. The principles we maintain throughout the negotiation, because then it started a real social dialogue. We worked together with trade unions and the government in the regulation after this first draft. We're very clear. First of all, teleworking is a form of organized work, not a worker's right or a work-life balance measure in itself. Second, the approach to the regulation should be based on the European Framework Agreement. Of course, telework is and should be an opportunity to balance interests and benefits of companies and workers, and it is essential to maintain the flexibility. And of course, we were pretty sure that collective bargaining and agreement between the parties, between companies and workers, should be the ideal formula for development of teleworking, to adapt it to adapt it to the particularities and needs of the sector and each company. So after 3 hard months of negotiation between trade unions, employers' organizations, and the government, an agreement was reached and translated into a royal decree law. I may say that this regulation has been another great milestone of the social dialogue in Spain in the last year, together with the 6 social employment agreements, and of course the regulations of the employment status of delivery platform workers. For us, the big value of this agreement is that provides legal certainty for companies and workers, adaptability to sectors through collective bargaining, and adaptability to the needs of each company and each worker through the agreement, the written agreement. So how do we get this with the agreement? Well, firstly, because as I said, the law regulates the need for a written agreement between the company and the worker, and this agreement will be the one that exhaustively establishes the conditions for the provision of teleworking. Secondly, because it pays special attention to the necessary role of collective bargaining and even reserves for it a whole series of matters, such as the definition of the tasks and activities that are susceptible of teleworking, the exercise of reversibility, the mechanism for determining the compensation of payments by the company of costs associated with teleworking, also means and measures to guarantee the effective exercise of the right to disconnect, and a lot of matters are reserved for this collective bargaining: conditions for using companies' equipment for personal reasons, flexibility in working times, seriously, a lot of matters. Thirdly, because the scope of the regulation is limited to teleworking above 30% of the working time, but this percentage again can be lowered by collective bargaining, and this regulation excludes the COVID telework applied as a health containment measure. Of course, and anyhow, the company is obliged to provide the means, the equipment, and tools to the worker. And if the collective bargaining contemplates it, it can establish as well a form of compensation of the cost to this COVID telework, but that's all. And finally, this regulation provides transitional periods from the existing agreements to the new standard. I don't want to take a longer time, but I will end my presentations with some of the issues that, even with the regulations, remain a challenge. And I'm referring to occupational risk assessment, right to disconnect, and digital skills, just some of them. The employer, of course, has the duty to protect the health and safety for all the workers and must carry out a risk assessment and the planning of the preventive activity of remote work. But the most complicated thing is to obtain all the information or the risks to which the person working remotely is exposed, and to be able to foresee the most appropriate protective and preventive measures. So what happens when a visit is required by the person who has the competence in preventive matters and the worker does not grant permission, or is everything must be considered accident at work? Katrina was mentioning all this. So this is a big challenge, and it is necessary to focus on psychosocial factors, which in turn are closely related to digitalization and the use of digital tools. Referring the right to disconnect, even if it is a step forward that our telework regulation includes specifically the right to disconnect, which stems from the organic law on data protection itself. The implementation of effective measures remains a challenge. The company, after hearing the workers' legal representation, must draw up an internal policy in which it will be defined the modalities of exercising the right to disconnect. And this is going to require that we ourselves learn to use technological tools in a reasonable way. So basically, the responsibility is everyone's. And to this respect, again, in the collective bargaining, they can develop these measures for the right to make effective, the measures to make the right to disconnect effective. And the last challenge I highlighted is the digital skills, because digitalization it's true that has advanced in a few months what under normal conditions would have taken several years. Companies and workers have been up to the task, but there is still much to be done. And in this context, we must focus on training in digital skills and, of course, upskilling and reskilling of professionals. And I stop here, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Jā, liels paldies. Tiešām paldies arī
Thank you. Thank you for being so reactive to each other, to show to us as colleagues these principal differences. And we also have this beauty that challenges us. And I think this moment will also be interesting to you, because now we will speak about the Latvian experience, but we will also rely on the experience from various companies. This is an important moment. Imagine that I am your boss, and something that I imagine as to the telework, I think that you should be available anytime. Yes, we are lagging behind and each of us has something to say. But, you know, as a boss, I can say, I don't know anything, this is in my agenda, and we just proceed. And by this, I would like to apologize to those who might be angry with the fact that we don't have any pause, any break, but I would like to inspire you by saying that now we will try to save time, to finish on time as far as possible. And there is another reason. During the third session, we have to discuss specific things during this session, and we have to organize at a specific time so that the Ministry of Welfare could also join this discussion. And now I'm trying to shift the responsibility to politicians, like a true journalist who never wants to take responsibility. But now I would like to invite Anda Mūrniece. She is a representative of our telecommunications giant in Latvia, TET. And this company has a special post, environmental experience manager, or head of the environmental experience. Was your position created due to COVID crisis? Because we have different experiences when we go to work or we don't go to work. You are at home, but at the same time, you are not at home, you are at work. So with your experience or by your experience, we would like to learn about the best practices and also about news. As employers, as service providers, I think you react quite well. But maybe there's somewhere overloading, or so you are working from your bedroom or your office, or how do you call it, or it's something in between? I'm in my I am in my lounge, but I also have a great office at home, but I have chosen this spot because of the better internet connection. But I will share my presentation. Since this is my first presentation in Zoom, I'll try to share my screen, and if I don't succeed, I'll ask for help.
Tā, savu esmu uz to ceļā. Varētu būt es ļoti priecāšos, ja man kāds pateiks, vai jūs redzat.
Maybe you can give some feedback whether you see. Yes, we see very well. So I have the honor and the possibility to share how we work at TED in our flexible working environment, and our story, our format, our approach. We were quite happy with being in telework, and this approach was implemented even before COVID. And this also answers the question about the launch of my position. But I'm happy that we have this position because we have lots to do. In whatever we do, we base our actions on the everyday experiences, wishes of our colleagues, the way we want to work. But at the same time, we want to focus on the Latvian studies and also global studies. Here we have data from the Latvian studies. And the question is, when you look for work, is it important for you to have a possibility to telework? Is it something that you take into account when you look for a new employer? And as you see, 57% answered yes. For them, it is important. And also, there's another nuance. If you go deeper into these data, you see that this also affects or pertains to all age groups. And in all age groups, this answer is always above 50%, because sometimes people tend to think that older people would prefer to stay in the office. No, even above 60, this indicator was still about 50%, and I believe it's a very high result. So how do we do in our office? We are very thankful to our trade union who has worked together with us and supported this new working arrangement, has contributed to its creation. And I'm also thankful to our colleagues, because last year we tried to find the best way how we could proceed. And now I think that we have found the best way how we work. And we have decided that telework will stay with us forever, and that it will be a choice of our colleagues. We asked colleagues how often they would like to telework and how much time they want to spend in the office, and most people prefer to stay most days at home. But this does not apply to all colleagues, because some colleagues prefer to go to the office every day. Of course, not in this emergency situation, because now everyone has been invited to stay at home, but still we have colleagues under normal circumstances who would prefer to come to the office. And I think these changes are really transformative. These are really significant changes. And I believe that one of the best ideas is when we asked him about this new working arrangement, and he answered, you know, I have started taking joy in life, having joy in life. And now a bit of statistics to understand about what we are talking about. In our central office, we have approximately 900 colleagues. And here we have statistical data on the last 3 weeks when people could still come to the office. And here you see how many people came to the office on a daily basis. So on the average, it was 200 people per day. And this, of course, composition of those who come changes, because some colleagues come on one day and some colleagues on another day, but usually we do not have more than 200, and this is our reality. As you see, we have a peak on the 30th of September, but this was the time when we had a party for colleagues, and that's why more people came. And here are some numbers about the wishes and feelings of our colleagues. At the beginning of the year, we asked colleagues about their feelings about, concerning the telework, and 86% indicated that this is the best we have introduced of late in the company. At the beginning, we were quite cautious and, quite pragmatic, but we still asked them if the colleagues would find it important to work from any place in Europe or in the whole world, and 41% indicated that yes, for them it would be interesting. At the beginning, I already mentioned that now we have agreed that this will be a choice to be made by the colleagues, because if everyone indicated that everyone wants to stay in the office, of course, we would have made a different decision. But now we are happy that we have these opportunities, because the life that we have now has made the life of people more interesting, I believe. Maybe I'll repeat myself, but everyone who wishes to come to the office, they can come to the office freely. So the office has changed its functionality. It's not the primary place where you do your job. No, it's a place for meeting. It's a place for co-creation. We have defined the work that should be done, or that should be better done in the office together with colleagues. And in our team, we have agreed that it will be one particular day per week when we will come to the office. We will work together, share ideas, share the news. But the company indicated that it could be 1 to 2 days per month. Each colleague has to come to the office to maintain this link with the team and with the company. As the next important component, remote work or telework, basically you can work from any place in Latvia, and we also have regional offices in Cēsis, Rēzekne and Liepāja. And a colleague who has been for the weekend in Liepāja has stays there. And then we have this tasty addition, like a cherry on a cake, the possibility to work from other countries for up to 3 months per year. And many colleagues have used this opportunity. And now more about this possibility. Up to 3 months per year, colleagues have to work according to the Latvian time, so this time zone should be taken into account, and the colleagues should be available at least from 10 to 4, which are the most active working hours. The other hours can be more or less shifted around, either start earlier or finish later, depending on the wishes of the colleague. And about our experience. It is possible to work remotely from other countries, and approximately 30 colleagues from various units have used this opportunity. And here you can see some photos from their daily experiences, and I believe that all of these pictures are very inspiring. And we have always said that we are ready for experimenting, for crazy ideas, that they allow us to grow as personalities. And one colleague said that this possibility to work remotely, it also requires courage. But at the same time, it's a wonderful opportunity for us to mature as personalities, to have richer, more colorful lives. As to recommendations, we definitely invite all the colleagues to make sure that they have the right equipment, that it works fine, that all the updates are made. We also recommend to call the hotel to meet on a video channel to make sure that the quality of the internet is fine, that there are not going to be any problems. And also have to think about various scenarios like COVID rules that are applicable in countries. And we also recommend to you to select countries with similar time zone for everyone to find it more convenient, so that you now do not have to stay up at night and so on. But otherwise, there are no critical limits from the company side. Sometimes how colleagues have used this opportunity. Sometimes they have extended their vacation, like they have gone to a vacation in Italy and decided to stay for another week and work during this week. This allows to change your environment, to gain new energy, to experience new feelings, to gain new experiences. It also allows to enjoy various recreational activities in free time. It also allows you to grow. And it's a very good opportunity for everyone, but it requires a self-organization. And during this time, we have understood what works, what doesn't work. We know each other. We know what can be done and what cannot be done. And we are responsible for our for self-disciplining, and we expect that we will all be adults and we will be able to do our job from any place at any time, and no daily control is needed. And this is feedback from colleagues, from those colleagues who have used this opportunity to work remotely from other countries. A 10-point scale. As you see, the average experience is 9.4, and they would recommend to everyone, to others, 9.4 as well. And 78% of colleagues are sure that they will use this opportunity once more. At the beginning, I spoke about our office. I think this is a very topical place where we invite colleagues to come once in a while, and we have adjusted our premises to meet these demands. We have ensured that we have various areas in our office that we didn't have before, because according to studies on good experiences, of course, not in all cases, but in most cases, yes, maybe at home you can have more silence than, let's say, in activity-based office where there are no walls. And considering this, we have built, so to say, huts in our office where you can spend time in silence away from colleagues. We have set up team zones where the team can come and they can book this particular area so that they can do their job together. They can hear each other speaking and have this feeling of understanding what is topical, what is not topical, that we are one team. Informal communication. Many colleagues have indicated that when you work at office, we do less because we meet people, we meet colleagues finally, and then you have to discuss every single detail. But we support that, and we have made sure that there are several areas that are for team festivities, celebrating victories, that you have the sense of belonging to your company. In March, April of 2020, we defined several challenges that we have to solve. For example, to make sure that the job that is expected from me can be done at the same, with the same quality as in the office, so that there are no problems, that there is no one who would say that, you know, someone does less. And this is something that we have managed to solve. We have introduced greater extended feedback techniques. We trained colleagues on practical techniques. Also, the board has spoken about that quite often. And we have also solved other things that are related to telework, and have agreed that unplanned meeting, unplanned communication, our office is a great place for that. And I think we should stop thinking how we can do that remotely, because it is possible. It is possible to do that in the office, and that is the best place. And as you see, it is possible to have various parties. In one of the parties, we have an ice cream party, and some other parties, and it's just nice to meet people in the office, to enjoy this being together, to enjoy this spontaneity. And it is not really possible online. Thank you, and that would be all in a few slides and a quick overview of the most important aspects that we wanted to share.
Jā, tagad piedodiet, Anda.
Thank you. I would like to apologize, Anda, because sound was lagging behind. Everything that I see in your pictures, does it work for millennials? Because I see that these are typical employees that you have. What about other generations? Because as far as I know, there are 5 generations in one office. So to a certain extent, you seem to be all young. And for them, it works in a totally different way. It seems like you are enjoying all of this. Don't you really have any problems? You know, you just keep having these ice cream parties in the office all the time. And do you think it would not be maybe as possible, let's say, in a team where you have pre-retirement age employees? Here, I would like to say that, you know, once per year we have an event during which we celebrate those colleagues who have worked for 10, 20, 30, and 40 years, which means that we are not that young. But of course, we tend to become younger than we used to be. But every time we receive data on various surveys, how employees, how colleagues feel, and we have always looked deeper. We have looked for various links or causal relationships, like, you know, specific structure doesn't want to work remotely or at specific age. But we were not able to come up with specific ideas because in all age groups, the results are quite similar. Yes, of course, we have challenges, but these mostly relate to how to reach and how to make happy our colleagues on the front line, because we are large and we work in the entire Latvia, because now I'm mostly focused on how our colleagues did in the Dzirnavu Street office, but there are colleagues in the other parts of Latvia which are very, very important, in particular considering these times. Because a part of our team has to work more and has to focus more, and this is more challenging because they are more difficult to reach. Yes, that could be challenging to send ice cream to Liepāja in summer without the ice cream arriving all melted at the end. Yes, you can get energy when you meet colleagues in the office. So offices will never disappear due to this reality. They will stay there at least to serve as a source of charging your batteries for jokes and nice compliments. But now let us test other type of energy from Inga Bukovska, from the most energetic of Latvian companies, namely the companies that deals with distribution networks for energy transmission. But you work with energy, you transmit it, you deliver it, and so on. So what energy did your team acquire or lose? Or the rule of the zero energy or is still in force, and your employees still work in person or maybe remotely? Good afternoon. Unfortunately, it is not possible, for example, to install cables. But first, I would like to praise the previous colleague from TET, because TET is always a company that can serve as a source of inspiration, as a source of good experience. I would also like to say thank you to the Confederation of the Latvian Employers for awarding us the prize as a good employer. As Ansis mentioned, I am Inga Bukovska, and I represent the joint stock company as Sadalas Tīkls. In brief, if you don't know what we do, we are a part of the Latvenergo group. Latvenergo, as a joint stock company, is owned by the state. We are a daughter company. We celebrate our birthday on the 1st of July. And as a company, we were established quite recently in 2007, and we are one of the 10 largest distribution system operators in Latvia. What does it mean? We have more than 1 million sites. We have as many transformers as, let's say, the total number of people living in Valmiera and Smiltene. The lengths of our power lines are twice the length of the equator. We also have our training center. We have our production facility for wooden masts. We have our metrology laboratory, and recently we opened our joint logistics center. But mostly we take pride in our employees, and we have more than 1,700 work in entire Latvia, and we are very diverse. We work in the office, and we also have field employees. Those that go into the field, they construct, they repair power lines, and these are people that work 24 hours. They work the entire week because our primary task is to ensure uninterrupted power supply to all the customers. And we know that the power is very important for employees to work remote. How did we end up having telework or other flexible forms of work? Like TET, we started before the pandemics, quite a while before the pandemics. But I can say that in terms of social dialogue, I think the beginning was not really liked by our social partner, because in 2017 we started with a project on ensuring the efficiency of our operations. It was a 5-year project. We claimed that we can do better with less, which means that we reviewed all our processes, streamlined them. We continued the smart programs like installation of smart power meters, and this is a multi-year program. We started studying various mobility solutions, so it was quite clear that all of these steps meant that we had to lay off several employees. And then there was a question: do we really have to be in all of these places in Latvia? We started measuring that, and we started on the premise how quickly we can access specific sites where damage has been suffered, to make sure that the supply quality is not undermined. As a result, we cut the support base number in half. Of course, this resulted in tensions in our team because any changes result in tensions. And so we started thinking how we could alleviate this tension, this anxiety, how we could offer something more pleasant, something better to our employees. So we started thinking about that in 2018. But in 2019, the occupational safety law was amended, and we started with traditional telework for our office workers. But before that, together with our social partners, the trade union Energy, we worked on conditions like availability, accessibility, organization of work, so that these rules would be easy to understand, simple, and acceptable for the employees. The idea this idea entailed 1 day per week. Basically, the employees could test how it is to work from home. Egils Balzāns spoke about changing habits. And I have to say that some of our managers had to change their habits, in particular, those managers whose employees were always there. And now these managers had to get used to the fact that the employees are at home. And it was difficult to understand how to make sure that employees really work. And we dealt with that. And it didn't require a lot of financial investment because employees already had laptops at that time and also internet access, unlimited internet in the entire Latvia. But we wanted to go further because we are a daughter company of a state-owned company. We were quite courageous. We didn't want to single out just office workers, that only they need this work-life balance, that they have this opportunity to work from home. So at the beginning of 2020, just before the pandemics, we developed conditions for starting work from home. It was like a hybrid work. Let's say our technician, he's not a traditional office worker. He spends some time in office, but most of the time is spent in the field, like to check the lines and so on. Then we asked ourselves how this person could work from somewhere else than the office, considering the fact that for some, the distance to the closest office increased even twice due to the direction of the support bases. We also agreed with the social partner on the conditions. We didn't impose this as a mandatory rule. And it was clear that besides the computer and the internet connection, it was clear that the employee also needs a car, and the car could be used only for work purposes. And this also was something new that people had to get used to, but it was done. So what we have gained? Of course, during these emergency measures, I believe this would not be considered a standard situation, but we returned to the pre-pandemic arrangements on the 1st of July, but we had many more days that can be spent remotely. Some chose to work from home 100%. So approximately 80% of our employees used this opportunity to work remotely or to work from home. We also demonstrated that our employees who work in the field are as important as office workers and that they also have an opportunity to do the work from home. What else is important? And it was mentioned. You have to be, you need to have secure and available information systems and equipment, because we are still developing our mobility solutions for employees who work on the lines so that they could quickly and conveniently do their job, so that they would feel that this is not something that would hinder them. And I think if we speak about the environmental footprint, if an employee doesn't come to the work doesn't drive to the work to pick up the company car, this allows to save not only time and working time, but we also can save such resources as fuel if we adopt these arrangements. So we also reduce our environmental footprint. We are very happy that our employees have really appreciated this initiative, and the respective index has increased by 13 points, which is a very significant increase. And we are very happy with that, and we say thank you to our employees for that. And I also say thank you for your attention. Thank you, Linda, for very concrete discussion and outlining all the benefits that we can gain. I believe it's important to understand, but does it really allow to save? You know, during the first weeks, people said, you know, now we will work from home, offices will not be needed, offices will not be rented anymore, and so on. What about your optimization? Did you give up any offices, let's say, in smaller towns, and you joined teams, or you maybe moved the employees to other places? So what benefits can you gain? Because of course that involved costs like mobile phones, internet connection, tablet, and so on. So it required financing. But what about advantages, benefits? Now we managed to save quite a lot. As I mentioned, we managed to reduce the number of administrative buildings by 50%, and we managed to save 26 million. When our employees worked remotely, when our employees worked in office, we had fixed line phones and we had mobile phones, and in remote work, employees had only mobile phones, and this has also allowed us to save costs. So each and every step that we can give up, that we can stop using as not needed without undermining the situation of the employees, that gives the result. 26 million is a great argument. When you speak about the distribution tariffs for power, this can be used against you. You know, you are more efficient, you need to cut the tariffs. Of course, we are not regulators, but in any case, thank you, Inga, for this presentation. And now we will give the floor to Lingas Sedlere, who is in charge of Schwenk Latvia as a member of the board and also a human resources director. So it is difficult for me to imagine how you can telework in a concrete factory unless you move your factory around. So Linda, sorry. What about a normal or regular manufacturing plant? Is telework even possible there? Unless you are an accountant, for example. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to share our experiences. And I have to say that you are right. This was our approach before the pandemics. And only a few employees chose to work remotely. So this working arrangement has been available for a long time, but the pandemic actually demonstrated that telework is possible. Of course, you cannot do that all the time, but partially you can do. So in our case, we mostly use the hybrid model because there are people who can work a specific number of days remotely, but then they have to be in the office or in the manufacturing plant for some time. But in our presentation, you will see how these numbers have changed and what we have gained. Basically, we have not lost anything. We have just gained. And now I'll try to share my presentation so that I can deliver my story. I hope that you can see. Not yet. I suspect you have two screens. You have to make sure that you do the screen share from the screen where your presentation is opened, because sometimes the wrong source is chosen and then we do not see it. So you have to select the screen where you have opened Zoom. Okay, so it's ideal now. Briefly, maybe you knew us better by the old name, but we produce cement powder and we have a vertically integrated building supplies production business. We started with cement production, with excavation of minerals from various quarries, but then these materials are delivered to our plants and eventually they are worked into concrete, and we have 350 directly employed employees, and then we also have 600 representatives of subcontractors who deliver our products to our customers, and they serve our facilities in providing services that are not related to our main operations. And our team is very balanced as to various age groups. As you see, the average age is 42 years, quite a powerful age, but at the same time, we also have many of those who have just joined us, who have recently graduated, as well as those who have started on the path of career development. And we also have people who have worked in this factory for their entire life and have seen how the factory has transformed. We have facilities in the entire Latvia, and we have 5 concrete production plants, a cement plant in Brocēni, and we also have mineral materials quarries and also a sea terminal in Liepāja. As it was mentioned, until 2019, 1 to 2 days per month, someone worked remotely, and this time was used to deal with very complicated tasks when you required complete silence, like writing long reports or specific meetings due to confidentiality. For example, you had to participate somewhere where you are alone and so on. And approximately 2% of employees use these opportunities. And I have to add that during the production process, we have considered the possibility of people not coming to work for years. In our case, it's just 1% of people. The others would have to come to the office at least several times per month, even office workers. And 70% of our employees in no way can work remotely, even one day. These are the people. These are the field workers, like in the case of Sadals Tīkls. These are the people who are in the factory, who produce the product and who ensure that these products are delivered to customers. But what happened? Winter came. 2019-2020 winter came. The global pandemic started. And it resulted in specific challenges to our company because there was no clear regulation on how we should work. Of course, it was recommended to work remotely, but we also understood that it was not mandatory. But at the same time, we also had to make sure that people are protected from the infection risk. And considering our high occupational safety standards, we understood that human health is the primary concern and not the business needs. So it was important to separate people who worked in person from each other. There were no vaccines at that time, and nothing was known. And some countries were heavily hit by the pandemics, and the level of stress was very high. And we were forced to split our working areas to make sure that those who have a laptop, and in our case, it's 100% of employees. So if they could at least do some part of work remotely, maybe they could be included in shifts with those with whom they share a room, so that one colleague comes into one day and the other colleague comes into another day, and in this way try to separate these people from each other to make sure that they do not fall ill. And I have to say that we were able to protect our team from getting infected at the work. And those who fell ill, it was mostly related to conditions or circumstances beyond work, and it really helped us to control this situation. At the beginning of this year, we understood that we have to return to getting to know what will take place with people, what is their attitude towards remote work, what we have to find out what their feelings are, because the levels of depression increased. Then we sent questionnaire to people to ask whether they have done telework and how it has affected them. And it was interesting to note that 1/3 answered that they had to work remotely. A large part mentioned 2 to 3 days, and more than a half indicated that they would never ever want to work remotely. And those who wanted, I think that those answers were given by 42 employees. And when we asked them how many days they would prefer to work remotely, they answered 2 to 3 days, because that allows us to balance our private and at work life, because then they could use specific opportunities or be more efficient in specific processes and still do our job as required. Many indicated that the biggest drawback is communication and the production aspect, and the control of production processes, and control of production processes remotely is very challenging. It is not possible to quickly react to challenges, because our production processes are 24/7, and this requires great planning of processes and time. And you know, if someone is in the office and something takes place in the control room, it is much more convenient just to go there and to tell how to solve things than to try to call someone who is somewhere in another video conference and cannot really answer quickly. And asking about what really, what the employees really missed at home to do better, we prepared the slide on feedback about things that the employees missed, and this allowed us to create a comprehensive telework regulation that is really based on employee needs and not on our perception that the employees could need. In our case, no worker indicated that if they had to work remotely, they would have to cover some personal costs, because in our case, we in 2017 had already purchased smartphones for all of our employees, including field workers. So they had these smartphones long before the pandemics. Everyone who works with a computer also had a company laptop. So employees have always been mobile. They have always had an opportunity to connect to processes, to information remotely. So our employees mostly answered on very practical aspects related to the office. Someone needed like table or chair or better lighting, or someone wanted to give his or her children to other colleagues so that they could work. And one colleague indicated that he would like the company to buy a house because the flat is too small. But in general, we introduced this regulation based on these assessment results. And this is an excerpt from our electronic instructions. And we visually showed all of this process. And in our case, we in great detail assessed how employees set up the working work desk at home, because even so that employees, even after working for several years remotely, would not return to us with occupational diseases because they were forced to work in inconvenient postures or inconvenient positions. So we prepared this document to make sure that the employees are as safe as in our office, because our offices are ergonomically set up And this allows to make sure that employees can not only reach the desk in a few seconds, but also to make sure that the equipment complies with the law, including the desk and the table and the chair. If we speak about employees who have agreed to work remotely and signed a specific agreement on that, and in their case, we found many employees who had not thought that they need like a fire extinguisher at home, so this is required by the cabinet regulations. So this allowed us to solve several problems to make sure that the safe environment can be built not only for work but also for home. And as you see, we have very detailed process. So you have to send in assessment, and the occupational professional assesses the working environment, provides his or her opinion, and if there are specific drawbacks, then with the support of the employer, this can be rectified. And in our case, we pay up to 150 euros to set up the desk. And we also offer things that maybe we do not need anymore, like use the desks that can be moved from the office to the home of employees, and then for the remaining amount, the employee can purchase a better chair or something else. So we assessed the risks. We wanted to make sure that employees are safe. Sometimes employees even do not think that, you know, if they go outside in the garden and he or she is allergic to a bee, and if a bee stings them while he or she is in the work, then actually the employer will have to investigate this as an accident at work. And these factors should be discussed with employees. So this regulatory framework and risk assessment was very important for us, and we wanted to draw the employees' attention to the fact that they should not only enjoy this work from home, but that they also have to be safe. Next, data safety and access to systems. This was needed to make sure that the work can be done faster. Those employees already had unlimited internet and mobile devices. Still, this access to systems due to pandemics had to be extended because we had specific manufacturing programs that were not yet accessible remotely. And we also had to make sure that two workstations are set up, one for work and one for home. It was also important to persuade managers that this is possible, that they can really support the employees. So we had to focus on this as well. Speaking about the health, it was also quite challenging to persuade employees that you cannot just get relaxed and do not control the work. You have to think about that. So we also started physiotherapy classes twice per week, and we had a focus on health as well. Organization of work and processes. This was something that that had to be agreed. At the beginning of each day, we had a 5-minute meeting. Now this changed. In our case, employees even sat in their own offices but joined one online meeting. And what also helped, people were also forced into this environment unexpectedly. It was not like they were invited. We were just forced to change our approach, to change our thinking, and also learning of new working methods. This was challenging because people tend to love comfort, and sometimes they have to be pushed out of the box so that they can start to think more creatively. Another challenge was emotional link and culture. this entire situation, not so much the work, but the situation with closing of schools, uncertainty how it is going to be, how long it is going to be, how long it will continue. For us, it was very important to make people closer, to maintain good spirits. And so we set up specific groups on social media for our employees. We communicated with them regularly for them to feel there, though they worked remotely. And work-life balance was also a challenge, in particular if you had children at home and you really had to cover 24 hours a day. You never could relax, because as soon as the child started a class, you had to start a meeting. But as to benefits, now we have plan B and even plan C, because now we know how to react in crisis situations. It was a practical exercise. Also, we maintained a high employee engagement, and in our linkage survey, our indicators are engagement study. Our indicators are quite high, much higher than in the rest of Latvia, above 80%. It was important for us to make sure that employees feel part of the team, though they work remotely. Next, a safer working environment. Yes, people sometimes worked from home, but we didn't really know how they did there. But now we have made sure that at least the basic homework has been done, that the workplace is ergonomically correctly set up. Also, development of managers and employees, really great growth. And we saw that even employees who drove a tractor on daily basis, we saw how open they become in social media, how actively they engaged in open dialogues online. Less costs. Everyone admitted that it is nice that you don't have to drive, you don't have to spend money on fuel and so on. We even had recommendations for private life, so that employees would feel these benefits even more. And it really worked. We reviewed the range of our benefits and adjusted it to the situation. A new thing, for example, is health holiday, which is available. So we know that the employees already use flexible working arrangements. This holiday is given so that employees could take care of their health. Then there's also like psycho-emotional factors and the respective risks. So to reduce these risks, to mitigate these risks, we also have included consultations by psychologists and psychiatrists, and also included health insurance. Also, better representation. Previously, in an open dialogue with the management, maybe 20% of employees could participate. Now, approximately 60% of employees can do that to actively solve everyday issues. And also, work-life balance. When you really understand that you have to abide by the work hygiene, like how I work, when I work, and we actively remind that to people. Yes, you can have a flexible working time. You can choose when you start and when you end, but at the same time, vacation is for vacation and working time is for work. And you should not shift the focus from private life to work life, so that you really would want to do your work. And what helped us? The high occupational standards, also the previous digitization and engagement. Our organization is also quite horizontal. The managers are close to employees and we maintain close contact. And we don't have any situations like, you know, we have managers somewhere high above and I'm here. No, managers go to the factories, they speak with people, solve problems. And we really studied in detail the private needs. We monitored the situation even offered help in with schoolwork, or maybe there were people who had family members in critical groups, and they could not maybe due to this reason come to the office, so we tried to support them, because due to objective reasons they had to stay home to prevent infecting their family members. And of course constantly questionnaires, communication with the employees that allowed us to understand the needs and find the best solution. And currently approximately 12% of our employees partially use the remote working possibilities for 2-3 weeks, for 2-3 days per week, and 1% have not come to the office for a year or so. And currently 45 people have signed an agreement on telework. So in our survey, only 42 mentioned that they would like to work according to these arrangements. So we are happy. We are happy that this has worked out, that we can allow the seeds to fly, to grow, and eventually achieve the results even remotely. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you very much, Linda. This was so nice, so solid, similar to the concrete that you are producing and that you are studying. I think that your example will be also adhesive as cement is, as concrete is. It will be very adhesive to other employers also to change, for example, the content of insurance policy. Now I'll give the floor to Kaspars Rācenājs, who has experience from the point of view of employees and employers. Kaspars, when like 3 years ago we started talking about and admiring about Sweden when shortening the working time by 3 hours, how these persons became more productive. Maybe this idea is completely changed. Maybe the employer is now taking care of ergonomic chairs, also of fire extinguishers. Maybe they are gaining even more by making people to work in a more dedicated way. Maybe you have encountered some challenging questions. Maybe with some carrots, we have packed also a stick in our labor legislation. Kaspars, what do you think about it? I think that situations differ. There are enterprises that take care of employees. Thank you very much for today's presentations to those companies who take care of their employees. I also noted some ideas that I am going to use in my life, and I will suggest them to others as well. Yes, most definitely. Good working conditions have pros and cons. Employees can get used to how good it is, and sometimes they are not appreciating in their working conditions. But my presentation is going to tackle the challenges of teleworking. So from my side, I think that I will very quickly run through my presentation, and I hope that you will remember and note some things from my presentation. So I can go on, yeah? Yes, most definitely, it is a green light for you. So I will run forward. Most definitely, my first slide already shows the challenges that everyone encountered when teleworking, because it's nice to be working alone in an empty house where you can sit in your pajamas drinking coffee, putting up your feet on a sofa. But very often this teleworking involves challenges during the pandemics, especially those having several children who have to also study remotely, and many challenges were in balancing private and work life. Speaking about legal aspects, we have in labor legislation mentioned teleworking in Article 76, and this came into force already on the 1st of August, although in data protection legislation this article was already existent, and it was copy-paste in labor law as well. Speaking about the second precondition, Article 76, it foresees the remuneration issue. Previous speakers spoke about the fact of, for example, existence of fire extinguishers if they are teleworking, but not every employee is doing that, and not only all the employers are doing that and ensuring, providing with good working conditions. So now in labor law, if employee and employer agrees on teleworking, then the expenses for setting up an office should be remunerated. But if the employer has already equipment and he or she works remotely, they might agree that part of the expenses are covered by the employer itself. It can be covered by collective agreement signed by trade union, which doesn't make or deteriorate the overall umbrella coverage. Another very important aspect is whether the employer can send an employee to telework. No, labor law doesn't foresee this as an mandatory provision. During normal times and during standard times, it should be upon agreement between two parties. And also I heard that from our foreign partners, this being the basic principle. Also, our case law can ask the question whether the employer, for example, deciding on changes on teleworking, in those cases there is a question of taking an organizational decision, and if the employee would not agree to those organizational changes, then the employer should diminish the number of employees and accordingly compensate if the employee does not agree to teleworking as a result of strategic solution. What we should suggest, including collective agreements, to have a mandatory obligation for employers to ensure teleworking, because there are many who would like to do that, but the employer can ensure that, but they are not providing for it. What should certain categories of employees have? They should have a specific right to ask for teleworking, and employers should abide by that. What I've said is valid in normal times. Now we have an extraordinary situation, and the order on extraordinary situation, this is kind of mandatory or by choice, if possible, to ensure teleworking. If you are not working in a service or some other area where you should be face-to-face in presence, to ensure continuity of work, or you cannot perform your tasks by teleworking, meaning that our legislation foresees that employees at the moment should telework, and employers should ask for employees' presence in the premises if the continuity of work cannot be ensured. Speaking about equipment, I like very much previous presentations who spoke about equipment, and the employee should not buy that by their own means, either to take one's office equipment home or buy a specific equipment. It's more difficult if it's a hybrid solution. Then the equipment might have to be doubled, or it should be carried from one place to another place regularly. But if the employee uses their own equipment, they should agree on depreciation. For example, depreciation of computers or office chairs, etc. Because the depreciation happens more if you're working from home. Also, the part of expenses. One should have a look at the expenses, what expenses should be covered by employees and by employers, and what additional expenses are covered by the company, and that is up to the parties. For example, electricity, internet, heating. For example, heating during daytime when the person could diminish the heat at home, if they might agree or not agree upon that. About labor protection, I liked very much the scheme of a previous speaker. Please have a look at it, step-by-step presentation. That was very good. But my principle is the following, that the employer is responsible for evaluation of risks and provision of safe working environments. But if the teleworking is done, then the employer doesn't have rights to inspect the house or the premises against the employee's will. I suggest the employers to ensure also the availability of office premises for the employees if they want to work from the office. So the employee might never say that he or she can not reach the office, and the other way around. Speaking about working hours, similarly to work in the office, the employee has to observe working hours when working remotely. Mainly employees, especially at the beginning, think that they can do what they want. They can sleep in, and or they can work longer. Without a specific agreement from the employer, it is not acceptable. Employee should be in the disposition of the employer. They should be reachable. But teleworking is very good because of the fact that when agreeing on teleworking, both parties are asked to come to terms or agreeing on flexible working hours. If that is agreed upon, that is fine. For example, if the person is accessible from 11 to 4 and during the rest of the time he can bring his children to kindergarten or go shopping, but that should be foreseen in a mutual agreement. Also, an employee shouldn't think of working during the night time, all night through. It cannot be done without employer's agreement. Speaking about accounting for working time, it is a very important issue, and it is difficult to control teleworking. That is a negative phase of teleworking. But there can be different methods how to account for that. For example, ask for reporting, look at certain tasks completed, thus presuming that this has been done during the work time. But speaking about data protection aspect, the employee has the rights to his private life. And I here in my presentation mentioned some factors that has to be taken into account when analyzing methods how to account for working hours. For example, one shouldn't ask for switching one's camera on all the time. Also, it is not allowed to follow or to have a look at the mouse of an employee, or have a double screen and thus checking on all the seeing all the emails being opened. That is breach of privacy. When the balance is being lost between work and home, the employee can sometimes lose concentration, and the private life is usually the loser. That's why we are speaking about on a European level a directive that there should be a right provided for employees to switch off from communications, namely that employer might have the option of not being reachable. Countries have opted for several options. One, that employees are not sending each other emails out of working hours, or it is technologically not possible, or there is even a liability foreseen for disturbing your colleagues out of office hours. Some responsibility should also be on the employer's shoulders. For example, they should not like send an employee an agreement to look through until Monday morning. And my last slide is the following, that every employee should remember Article 6 from the labor law, that labor law protects him or her against negative consequences. If there is an order that is contrary to the labor law, then this order is null and void. Ansi, I think that without having a sip from my glass of water, I managed to squeeze into a very short time, so I saved the time for others, hopefully.
Tagad sūta savus aplausus, un daudzi sūta
applauding to you, Kaspars, not only me. Thank you for being very brief, and now you can have a glass of water. And I think it will be interesting for you to listen to your colleague Jānis Pumpiņš, lawyer from the Latvian, from the Confederation of the Latvian Employers. The same topic, but just from another side. I think it was very interesting what we heard from Schwenk, and I think Schwenk is very active in your confederation. And their approach is that the most important thing is human health and not business. And this is something that should be instilled in many companies. And then we would not have to fight with the low vaccination coverage and so on. But what we have managed to succeed to do, this can be our good experience. And maybe you, Jānis, can provide your view of these experiences. Good afternoon, colleagues. Maybe we had some changes in the program what concerns speakers. What about Aina? Sorry, I couldn't follow the chat. If the minister is ready to speak, thank you, Jānis, for giving up your place. I hope the minister will notice that in the process in the social dialogue. So we have, to a certain extent, the working affairs ministers, because we used to have a working affairs minister, but now let us give the floor to Mr. Eglītis, who will speak about the best practice examples and maybe not so good practice examples that allowed us to think about specific aspects, maybe also include in the laws. To what extent you have thought about this? Maybe you have already formulated changes from these good experiences, from whatever we have learned from the pandemics. Or maybe you think that as a minister you will have to present new formulations or many amendments to the law. The floor goes to you. Thank you, Ansis. My greetings to all the participants of this conference. I'm happy to be with you, though remotely. Unfortunately, due to the changing circumstances, this is not possible. Briefly about my ideas what concerns telework and social dialogue. As a ministry, we both in our core ministry as well as in our subordinate bodies, we face this new situation, or so to say repeating situation, because it repeats. We had the same situation at the beginning of this year what concerns telework. On Monday we had an internal meeting in Zoom on how we will continue to work in the future, and we discussed what we should rearrange to the pre-summer situation or maybe do something else. And then of course there were various matters that needed to be discussed, like who, for example, in the department will water the plants, even such nuances. But I believe in our organization, like in other organizations, people will find the right formula on how to work in person or remotely, or rotate the employees, or maybe some other solution, because there are many opportunities. And I have to say that telework brings not only negative aspects, if someone thinks like that, because I believe that there are also many opportunities and many benefits. And telework, as most probably it was said already, telework means that you have to spend less time in traffic jams, in transport. You can stay closer to your family, to your home, time not losing your productivity. I believe in this new reality. If we carried out an honest survey, I believe that half of employees would be ready to continue this arrangement, this mode, even in the future, even after the pandemics. And I believe that this is a good opportunity. And what concerns the position of the state, this direction is supported. The legal framework is already set out in the labor law as well as the occupational safety law, and it pertains not only to general principles, but for example, there are also provisions on compensation of costs in the context of the individual income tax. For example, in this case, we have a new provision that allows to reduce your tax base by the amount of costs that you have paid for remote work. There are also explanatory materials on telework. I believe that in any case, it is important to have a dialogue at the company level between the employer and the employees to find the equilibrium or balance on how to solve specific problems at each specific place, to continue with telework or in-person traditional work. And what concerns telework, I would also like to mention the following. Next week, the ministry, together with the State Employment Agency and the diaspora organizations, will organize a conference, Digital Migration Work, Future Community. And this is a very interesting direction, how, let's say, we can attract those that have left Latvia, that are part of the diaspora, can be linked back into the Latvian economy. As you know, approximately 300,000 Latvian nationals who live in various Western European countries like Germany, Ireland, UK, and other countries. So the question is how we can use digital possibilities to link them back into the Latvian economy, to link them with the Latvian companies, because many companies lack employees, in particular highly skilled employees, and in higher added value sectors. This is a very, very promising direction. What concerns the social dialogue, I believe there is nothing new there. We cooperate with our social partners as always, and we are always open to new ideas. And of course, we have engaged with the social partners in this pandemic story, like to find the best support mechanisms and so on. So thank you to everyone for listening, and I wish you a very fruitful day today. The Minister, I think it would be right if I asked you one question. Today we heard a lot about experiences in countries that have already amended their labor laws to include provisions for the teleworkers. Some have temporary measures. In your opinion, what would be the best approach? We really respect social dialogue here, and two very respected bodies that worked to organize this conference for several years already. But what about this new legal framework? Sooner or later, I think this will have to become a long-term framework, not only during the pandemics. Do you expect that these organizations, employers, prepare a draft law, and then as initiators you could forward this to the government, or you would like to prepare the draft and then offer it for discussion and critique by these bodies? So maybe this is a new way for us to organize a social dialogue to proceed. Maybe initially agreement between the two parties and then only to involve the government. I think that soon there'll be an opportunity because quite soon we will send to the government and also to the parliament quite significant amendments to the labor law. And this involves transposition of directives and regulations, but also some other aspects that we want to use to improve, to modernize the employment relationship framework. And I believe that these two major social partners and other social partners will have great opportunities to provide good amendments, good recommendations. I think that would be the best format. But of course, if there is a proposal for a new law, yes, we can review that. But I think that most probably these provisions could be better incorporated in the current framework. Thank you. I think during today, most probably we will see, we will generate the best proposals. So please wait, they will come either from employers or employees or from both. So most probably your diary is full, so maybe you can switch off now and we can continue with Jānis. namely the experience that employers have gained during these exercises, since Minister already asked and invited to provide proposals. Thank you for giving me the floor. And there is a lot to tell about telework, and I understand that I have limited time, so I will try to provide this information very briefly, namely what is the employer's view of the telework and what are the most important nuances that should be taken into account, in particular considering what was said today. Those who spoke today, these are the leading bodies in our sectors, and these are the best practice examples. But if we look at the SMEs, not always employers know clearly how to organize the work. That's why I will try to focus on these aspects during my presentation. What concerns remote work, telework, of course, this is not possible, feasible in all the sectors, because there are specific aspects in specific companies, and also there are different approaches that the employers have. Sometimes not so much the size of the company affects these decisions, but the region affects the possibility to employ people. According to statistics, employers in Riga mostly use remote working opportunities. And of course, the COVID situation has contributed to more extensive use of telework, but regionally, let's say in Latgale, the use of the telework is the lowest. The legal framework was already discussed by Kaspars, but what concerns employers, I would like to focus on two important things. What concerns telework, quite often people tend to forget, as was rightly mentioned by the trade union, as the employer cannot unilaterally decide that the employee will work remotely, so the written agreement should be made. In practice, there have also been cases when the employees have refused telework, for example, due to family considerations, or maybe there is no space to do that. It's possible and has happened in practice. And when the amendments to the labor law took force on August the 1st, in addition to the telework agreement, you also have to agree about costs that are incurred as a result of the telework. And these are the very important aspects that should be regulated by such agreements, so that later the parties would not have any disputes. Nowadays, has become quite popular to indicate in, for example, job vacancies that the employer offers telework possibilities. And of course, this is very topical at the moment, but it has to be formalized. It has to be set out how these arrangements will be made. As to costs, the parties have to agree either under the current agreement or according to specific amendments. But in any case, a compensation of the costs should be laid down. And I do not think there is a dispute as to this, because parties understand what are the benefits in this case. Usually the employee undertakes to cover all costs that are related to the telework, because the employer already ensures like computer and desk and chair and so on. Of course, considering the financial possibilities, the employer can also compensate additional costs like 30 euros per month, according to the transitional measures of the individual income tax, according to the law on the individual income tax. But of course, that is additional administrative burden, because there should be an agreement on telework. The so-called wage book has to be submitted to the accountant, and so on. Maybe the next speaker will focus more on this, but in this case, the employers and the Confederation have summarized specific recommendations. The employers believes that what concerns the compensation of costs, a permanent legal framework is needed because the transitional measures will be in force only during this year. And according to the labor law, the employers have to compensate specific costs. And if this is the case, then the employers expect that the state will decide that it will be made possible to compensate these 30 euros that are non-taxable. Also, we have to speak about increased administrative burden, like to account for and to indicate how much time the employees have worked remotely or in person, and also submit the so-called wage book. And sometimes the employees who work part-time, who have this as a secondary employment, most often they work remotely. And in this case, they are not allowed to use these opportunities. What concerns telework and risks faced by employers, what is positive is that the company organization continues working and continues providing services. It learns new technologies and their use in their working environment. There's a lot of information about work in new circumstances. It is also important that the employees stay healthy, in particular during this situation. And this, it is even an obligation for the employers to ensure that the remote working is possible. Also, costs for maintaining the office are cut, as it was indicated before by employers. And also, it allows to save a lot of time if you organize online events, because you do not have to spend time to go to specific places. But then there are also negative aspects like management skills. Quite often these are lacking, and telework, if telework is organized, there are doubts about whether the tasks will be done, whether the working times will be met, and so on. Also, if we speak about occupational novelties and technologies, I think these could change the approach to telework. But as we see from presentations, during the first and second wave of COVID, employers did not really have an opportunity to ensure that the occupational safety requirements are met. But now we know that the Latvian companies all produce and offer various solutions like hand disinfectant dispensers, also ventilators, also various dispensers for face masks, protective clothing, and so on. All of this allows employers to use various opportunities to organize the work in person. So initially, maybe it was not really clear how to practically apply all of these measures, but now there are solutions, and employers really try to use them. What concerns action that the employer should take when they introduce the telework, first they have to understand the situation in the company or organization and to prepare sustainability strategy. It is important to agree with employees about the working arrangements, how the work will be done. At the end of summer, there was an important question: how to return the employees to the offices, because sometimes or quite often they even didn't want to return. And there were even situations when employees resumed the working. Let's say there have been agreements about telework, and now when employees have to return, now you have to change the agreement again and have to agree about the in-person work. Otherwise, this would not be acceptable, because that would involve unilateral amendments. So employers have to follow how they will organize the work. And situations change, and it's not always that easy. As we see in the practice, large and medium-sized employers prepare various guidelines, procedures for telework to determine specific requirements like working time accounting of working time, availability time, and so on. Also, they give employees a possibility their working time start earlier or later. Also, work-life balance is very important, a very topical issue, because telework gives more opportunities to spend time on other aspects. So by regulating these issues, it is clear what tasks should be done and when. And if this is agreed, then telework becomes available, accessible, in the opinion of both parties. And the current working environment improves. These probably are the issues that are important to employers. But of course, in our confederation, when we find out, we perform employer audit to establish these issues. But if you have more detailed questions, you can always approach us for advice. And we hope for development of telework in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jānis. You have a question. A colleague wrote in Slido the following. He wrote the following situation, and a question to you. Would an employer, could an employer say to the employee that if vaccinated, he has to work in the office premises if the given work permits to telework? This is according to nowadays situation. This is a call for help, for explanation. This is a very topical question for many people and very difficult in this situation. Every employer can evaluate whether the presence of the person is needed. If the employer believes that only on-spot work can be done, this requirement should be observed. But today's situation asks for ensuring teleworking when and if possible. That only if necessary this work should be done in presence. But if the employer believes that the presence of the worker in the premises is needed, then yes, that has to be observed. And if initially in the agreement it has not been foreseen for teleworking, then most probably the employer may make it an obligation to have a mandatory presence of the employee in the premises. Thank you very much. I can just add to Kaspars Rātenais also commented on this question. So you have two answers to this question. We have an objective point of view. Do ask and we will answer. Now we will start with the new part. What can we all summarize from today's information? And now we will invite specific experts for suggestions for new legislation. Now we will listen to our experts speaking about collective agreements. This is something new, but this is quite good when looking at certain areas. This labor market is getting tidied by collective agreements, and now what learnings can we get from all of that, taking into account social dialogue as well as new experience? Let us start with objective measurement, namely taxes. And we will invite Aina Okseņuka from Sorainen, Latvia, namely on taxes. She is international business tax law firm Sorainen Tax Manager, and she will talk about reimbursement of expenses, tax contributions, and jurisdiction challenges. Hello, everyone. I believe that today we agree that teleworking is very topical for many companies and for many of us. And we understand that tax is a part and a significant part of an employer. And this year it is possible not to bestow taxes on remote work, compensation for remote work, 30 euros per month. And we hope that this kind of tax support will continue because many companies really use this tax support. But for us tax consultants, we have questions on cross-border situations. In cases when, for example, you want to attract a person who works in a different country, or your employees are working from other countries and from Latvia. And in that case, before the activities, you should look at applicable tax in order to avoid surprises, unnecessary, unpleasant surprises in the future. Today I will tell you what tax aspects should be taken into account if you have cross-border teleworking, and those aspects are four. One, permanent representation. The second, the income tax, salary tax, in which country to pay taxes, who is doing that, the employee or the employer, the personal tax residence, whether it changes or not, and whether it puts additional obligations on the person, as well as you have to analyze where to pay social taxes. Permanent representation means that if the representative or employee works in another country, the company might have an obligation to register in that respective country and pay an income tax. This issue is not usually perceived, because when we talk about cross-border taxes and cross-border enterprises, we usually think about taxes connected with employees. And criteria for establishing permanent representation are mentioned in international conventions. It is the principle of permanent representations, dependent agents, and special preconditions in the area of construction. What has changed with global pandemics? In many situations, people can get stuck in a country against their own will. And what to do in those cases? When you are stuck somewhere, do you have some exceptions or business as usual? And a SO convention prescribes for such situations, saying that in extraordinary situations, they do not impact the risk of permanent representation, and general requirements can still be observed. But we, in our practice, have received an opinion from the Ministry of Finances on construction industry. There is an exception. When you're constructing something in another country, permanent representation is not established for a specific time being, 6 months or 12 months, foreseen in the convention. And the Ministry of Finance mentioned if due to COVID restrictions, the work is interrupted, this time will not be taken into account when calculating taxes, because in many cases every day counts in these situations, and it is good that such an opinion we have from the ministry. Speaking about employee taxes, tax conventions apply general principles, namely the salary is taxable in the country where physically the employee is located, but there is an exception. One could continue paying taxes in habitual residence if three criteria are met, and one of them is that the person is located in another country no longer than 183 days in the period of 12 months. So am I in another country upon agreement with my employer, or have I chosen that, or it's because of an extraordinary situation, and whether this period will be taken into account when counting these 183 days. An application of this example, according to SAO, suggests not to take into account the period when person is located in another country due to COVID restrictions. And I have to mention that in some countries where it is very popular to have cross-border work, for example, the person lives in Poland and commutes to Germany almost every day, those countries usually set mutual agreements or bilateral agreements, and there in those agreements it is stipulated that if because of an extraordinary situation the person is teleworking, then tax situation doesn't change. It is kind of accepted that this person is still working in Germany. What if the tax is being paid incorrectly? Then the return of tax repayment might be required, but this process is not so easy, because we have one situation. Netherlands tax resident was an employee in Latvia, and he partially worked in Latvia and partially in the Netherlands. Thus he had to pay part of his taxes in the Netherlands and half of the taxes in Latvia. But Latvian tax authorities taxed him about the whole of the income, and this person wanted to tidy this situation and asked for reimbursement from our tax authorities. And in this case there was an obstacle, because State Revenue Service thought that the person had to prove that during his time in the Netherlands this person actually teleworked, that he was not just staying at home. And this case came to court, and court concluded that every minute accounting for every minute is disproportionate even for every day, and the court believes that the confirmation from an employer is a primary proof that the person actually teleworked even when being abroad, being in the Netherlands. Although the taxpayer won this case, there is still an issue how this case is going to be solved, because there was a dispute between the taxpayer and the State Revenue Service. Speaking about employee tax, there is a trend, and some countries are using this situation, that employees are open to moving from one country to another. In some countries they have tax releases, This is kind of a contest between countries for draining of the best brain. And the next issue is tax residence. Tax residence can be established by a SAO convention suggesting not to take into account restrictions of traveling. There might be a situation when a person came to Latvia for recuperation, for traveling, and he couldn't return back to his country. He couldn't get a visa. Last year it was a situation when some countries didn't give out visas or suspended giving out visas. Thus, taking into account that we in Latvia do take into account all the circumstances. For example, if the person can prove that he or she could not travel because of objective reasons, it shouldn't impact his tax payments. You have to pay also social contributions if you work from abroad. Income tax might be payable in one country, but social contributions in another, because those areas are regulated by different legislative acts. For example, if your work is in another EU country, then EU regulation prevails, and providing for basic principle that social contributions are made in the country where the work is actually physically done. But if it's a posted worker or has several countries where he or she works, several criteria has to be observed, and he or she can continue contributing into his own home country, but he has to receive so-called A1 certificate. If the person performs his work activities in a third country, we have to look whether Latvia has signed an agreement about social contributions with that respective country. In conclusion, we have to evaluate that every situation can be different, but taxes shouldn't be an obstacle for introducing teleworking or cross-border working. We have to look at these issues on a timely basis and on time, so we shouldn't encounter the situation when you have to ask for tax return from State Revenue Service, because that might be a lengthy and painful process. So, thank you very much.
Jā, nu, ziniet, man ir tomēr viens kaut kas sakrājies.
Yes, but I still want to say something. This idea that also derives from what the minister said, that maybe the diaspora will use an opportunity to work in Latvia but work somewhere else, or vice versa. But can we go further, knowing that we really lack highly skilled employees? Maybe we should not even physically bring the employees here, but just connect to Latvian companies. Maybe they are somewhere on the ocean shore in Portugal, but works for a Latvian company. Do you see these trends? From what you have done as a tax consultant, you know there are these specific tax situations. Maybe this will not work out as the government intended this, but maybe these people will stay there but work for the Latvian companies, because we really need highly qualified employees, and in some sectors the situation is desperate, as far as I have heard. Maybe you are a resident of another country but pay taxes in Latvia. As I mentioned, some countries try to introduce this legal framework. Namely, if you move to another country, you can receive a tax rebate, like in the amount of 50% of all the taxes that you pay for the first year. but this usually involves physical moving to another country or to this particular country. But I agree with the opinion that the foreign workforce would really be a good solution for many companies, and it can be introduced. And these international taxation and normative acts, even before the pandemics, regulated these situations. But of course, the pandemics increased the focus on telework. It became much more topical and much more widespread. I completely agree with you as to this, because the telework has also made the focus on the need to sign collective agreements. And now let us listen to Natalia Price, who is an expert in collective bargaining issues, and she represents the Confederation, and her focuses on European law and policies. So what about telework? How does it affect the collective bargaining, the opportunity to sign a collective agreement, for example, in companies that respect the idea of a collective agreement? Hello, Ansis. Good afternoon, all the participants, those who follow online. Now we have moved to the last section of this conference. This is not my single presentation, but we will have a joint presentation together with other colleagues. And we will tell about the work that we have done for several years to develop the negotiations for collective agreements. And we would like to share our conclusions, problems, and potential directions for development. And now the floor goes to Cynthia Siliņa, who will start the presentation, and then we will give the floor to others. Do you see the presentation? Yes, we can see, but just switch to full screen mode. Good afternoon. As Natalia said, we will have a brief look on collective bargaining, what we have learned, what we have gained, and where we are going to. Next slide, please. I think what has happened is that now the presentation is not stuck, so it's not a nightmare scenario. So, thanks to the ESF project, so development of social dialogue for development of better legal framework, and in our project, together with colleagues from ELBAS and LBBK, we worked for a long time, and we have had very interesting work, and the main aim was to ensure bilateral dialogue to prepare better legal framework in aligning the business environment. And the focus was on covering all the employees, irrespective of the place of work, irrespective of the sector, to ensure maximum coverage of the Latvian territory. That also pertains to all forms of employment, and our focus as a confederation was also on fair competition among all companies in the sector who have to also compete for workforce. Next slide, please. I'll try to stop and reshare.
Izskatās, ka mums ir neliela tehniskā pauze.
It seems that we need a short technical break, or maybe ask Leta to open this presentation from their side. Just a moment, we will try to solve this. Okay. It's our backup presentation backup. So next slide, I believe. Just tell us when to switch slides. Thank you, Ansi, and thank you, Leta. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So what we have done, what are our achievements, what what we have gained. As it was mentioned, for a long time we have worked together, and this has been very interesting for us. We have had an opportunity to review our achievements, to learn many new things, and in this work we were able to analyze the current situation in Latvia. We looked at potential obstacles. We tried to find solutions. What is very important, we had an opportunity to involve foreign experts who gave enormous contribution. We learned to speak with our third social partner, namely the government, gain support in vital questions for us to eventually negotiate and sign a collective agreements, and this dialogue was good and they were quite forthcoming. And of course we also had training during which we learned ourselves, we taught to others, employees, and also representatives of the public offices. Gains or benefits. One fundamental and important aspect, international experience. We learned, we gained many new ideas from our partner bodies, from various social partners in the European Union and also globally. Among others, they also trained us that we would otherwise have no access to if this project had not been implemented. And the first major result and the major benefit is that we managed to secure what concerns the collective agreement is the negotiation process in the construction sector, which has moved forward successfully, and this has brought up the wages, it has ensured development of the sector and also the retainment of workforce, which is very important. And as a result, 3 sectoral collective agreements have been signed, and among others, they also have a reference to the minimum wage. Next slide. Here we can see our collective agreements. The first was the construction general collective agreement, construction erga omnes. That is the first of them all, very important step in the history of Latvia. The next, glass fiber collective agreement, has also taken force. Hospitality sector has signed the collective agreement, and here I would really like to praise the enormous contribution of the negotiations into the development of the sector. Though this collective agreement has not taken force, it allowed the sector to take many steps forward, and it's a huge benefit for the future development of the sector. And during this project, we have also started the negotiation processes with many other sectors where we have made the social dialogue much more active, and which is a significant benefit for the sector and for future cooperation. As I mentioned, the significant benefit, not only the collective agreement itself, but also the negotiation process that has allowed us to prepare these sectors for moving forward, to allow them to make many steps forward. And this allowed us, all of us, to be readier for the COVID crisis than without these negotiations. So this benefit is really notable, sizable, and we have understood that we are neither better or worse than other European countries, and we really can do this. Here I would like to show the construction sector, the numbers that pertain to the collective agreement in the sector. Here you can see wage levels, but what is important and what we would like to underline, that along the signing of the collective agreement, there was an increase. And soon after the signing, the crisis slowly hit and the total number of employees slightly decreased. Next. This slide, you can see how the collective agreement has affected the wage increase. Here we can see how the line moves upward, and the line, the vertical line, represents the moment when the collective agreement was signed, and irrespective of the COVID crisis, the numbers still keep increasing, and there is this permanent trend upwards. That's all what concerns me, and now the floor goes to Natalia. Next slide, please. Thank you. I will continue by telling about our experience, how we looked for problems, why these collective agreements were so few. So unusual not to switch the slides myself. So the first problems that we discovered was that to enter into a binding collective agreement, the labor law sets a limit that is too high, because this collective agreement would apply to all members of a specific sector. And according to the labor law, the threshold was very high, namely 60% of the turnover or 50% of employees, for us to claim that this collective agreement applies to the entire sector. So we agreed to reduce this threshold from 60 to 50, and also gave a possibility to join to already signed agreement. And it was nice that the legislature and the government supported this. Next conclusion was much more painful. We discovered that actually that there are many issues that can be included in that there are a few issues that can be included in the collective agreement. Historically, the practice was that if we want to establish a new employment standard, we have, let's say, a tripartite cooperation standard, like the respective council. So we discuss these issues in great detail, look for compromises, and then agree. But to sign a collective agreement, a much greater autonomy is needed. And as a first initiative here, we started to study what could be the topic where we could deviate from the labor law as trade unions. For us, this was quite courageous step, because we have to act as watchdogs. So we try to find ways that would allow us to increase the autonomy of social partners, but at the same time maintain the safety and security of employees. And we eventually concluded that such derogations are possible only in a limited number of cases. For example, it has to be very specifically described in the labor law. There should be specific labor law provisions, and this derogation should be included in the law, so no other agreements are acceptable. It is important that such derogations have a compensatory character. Namely, if we reduce something on one side, we have to add something on the other side. And for us, it was very important to establish the so-called red lines. So we established the so-called minimum that that would prevent us from going further. So eventually we agreed about amending the section 68 of the labor law that allowed to derogate from additional wages in the amount of 100% for overtime. And in exchange, it was granted that by collective agreement, a significant increase in the minimum wage was agreed. And we also indicated that this reduction cannot increase 50%. And as a result of this, we managed to negotiate the first collective agreement in the construction sector. Then what we discovered was the lack of support mechanisms that would motivate employers to sign such collective agreements or general agreements. So it's very difficult to compete in one sector. For example, if some employers are socially responsible, they comply with standards, they want to make sure that there are these high standards, but others engage in social dumping. So we as social partners saw that such motivational instruments should be made possible. So we thought about tax benefits because, for example, there are benefits for catering costs, but we pointed to the government that other motivating factors should also be introduced, like benefits, for example, for education or transport costs. And my colleague will tell about that in greater detail later. And the last obstacle, which in essence is a central obstacle, is a slow change in the approach to collective bargaining. There are quite many doubts, lack of awareness, information. So it's very important to raise awareness of the importance of general agreements, of the collective agreements, of the added value. So you need negotiations in the framework of various types of cooperation. You have to increase trust. And how can you do that? By training, during which we understand the importance, and also as a result of the first experience, because trust is built on successful experience. Next slide. And now let us move to the next section, the last section, how we see our future vision of collective bargaining. And there'll be some rhetorical questions asked. Future vision, two directions. What we should do, continue the current direction, try to increase the autonomy of the social partners in sectors by amending various laws. For example, colleagues already told about the very good example of telework. We also had good cooperation what concerns the legal framework for COVID during the state of emergency. But at the same time, during such controlled amendments that are safe for the employees, it's also important alongside to stimulate various motivating factors. And then there is a rhetorical question. If this direction doesn't work, what can we do? Maybe we should more focus on company level. And here we have to remember that if we improve something in one company, and if we do not change anything in the other company, then in one sector we can end up having unfair competition. Maybe we have to work both in these both levels, at the sectorial level and the company level. And if nothing works out, maybe we can look in the Belgium direction, and they have established the so-called sectorial wages councils. So social partners in such councils enter into social agreements on wages using the ministerial platform. Ministry invites social partners from the respective sector to come to the negotiation tables. They offer the platforms, they offer various tools, and just monitors how the social partners agree And this ensures greater trust in the society, and this could work out well in a country like Latvia, where collective negotiation bargaining has been developing for 20 years and more intensely for 5 years. And at the same time, we have to compete with the northern countries who had more than 100 years to set up this very successful system. And now I would like to invite the next slide and give the floor to my colleague Martin Siskis, who will continue this presentation. Thank you. I have the honor to be the very last speaker of this conference, because I have the final slides so that I can tell to you about these motivating factors that we have had so far and we consider for the future. As it was briefly mentioned, we mostly speak about the individual income tax and the respective benefits or concerning various costs that are subject to agreement between the employer and the employee by means of a collective agreement or general agreement, like sectorial agreement. What we have had so far, we have had benefits for catering costs, and as of the next year, good news. I think it's a good update since last time when we spoke about this. So health costs will also be included in the scope of these benefits. Then, of course, we also have other benefits that are worth discussing from the point of view of social partners as benefits that could be included in this basket, like transportation costs, upskilling costs, and other types of support for special situations in one's life. I clicked myself, thought that I could switch the slides, but then I realized that it doesn't work. So as of the next year, we'll have two things. First, catering costs. The employer covers, for example, lunch costs according to the collective agreement. So far, this has been 480 euros or 40 euros per month that could be included in the untaxable base, and this has already been agreed. If agreed in the sector, as of the next year, in addition to these 480 euros, what concerns these 480 euros, the employer will be able to use this money not only for the lunch costs, because, for example, employees may work from home during this pandemics and they will not have to be, no lunch will have to be provided. So maybe the employer would now be able to use the same amount, for example, maybe to pay for health services, because this is more needed by the employee, because the length of good quality working life depends on our health. And historically, we have seen and we have analyzed various data. And unfortunately, Latvia is one of the countries where the good quality working life is one of the shortest in the European Union, because many people prefer to ignore their health problems, since they cannot afford to pay for private medical services and the state-covered services do not suffice. The next slide. If we look at potential benefits that we could probably introduce in the future, one of the most topical ones could be, or one of the most topical ones so far, have been the transportation costs for the employees to go to the work and to come from the work. And usually we face various monitoring and application obstacles. The slide speaks about other aspects, but I think I will also mention this. So we should assess how we could adjust these transportation benefits, because there are many companies, in particular in regions, that do not have enough employees, and potentially they could have this workforce from nearby villages or towns, but they are prevented from doing that due to excessive transportation costs, because for employees it just would not pay off to go to the work. It would not be beneficial considering the wage. But if it were possible to cover these transportation costs and include in the untaxable base for the individual income test, then I think this could be an additional motivating factor to agree about this. As to upskilling, I have to say that unfortunately in Latvia we are lagging behind, both as to lifelong learning as well as digital skills and learning of digital skills. If we look at the lifelong learning, only 7.4% of Latvian employees do that in comparison to the EU average 11.3%. Digital skills, if we look at the digital compass, are one of the lowest in Europe. There are various mechanisms on which we have worked to finance, to support, to introduce various programs to help people to engage. But we are of the opinion that if the employers and employees could agree about specific upskilling measures, this could be of real value. Next slide. I already spoke about transportation costs, so we go to the next slide. Other benefits that we have already discussed, they include accommodation costs that go hand in hand with the transportation costs, because both of these costs are involved in solving the workforce mobility problems in various regions. Maybe people cannot really rent flats somewhere, or maybe don't have a vehicle to come to work in another town or village. Also, work clothing, footwear, and individual means of protection, to include these costs in the non-taxable base for the individual income tax. And also probably we should consider benefits to employees in special situations in life. So that's all, I believe, from my side, and I am sure this is the last slide. So I think we have run out of time already. So Ansi, maybe we return the floor to you. So for your closing remarks, inspiring closing remarks. Thank you, Mārtiņš. From my side, I would like to say that it is so wonderful that you can really cooperate and prepare this presentation and present this presentation that tells a lot about the social dialogue amongst the partners. So you have discussions, you have a joint process, and I have been involved in this process for several years as well. I understand that this process is coming to an end, but you also have ideas about participation in joint European Union projects. But I have this one idea. Maybe you know an answer to the meaning of the collective agreement, which is maybe not so much related to the immediate improvements in the working environment due to telework. But can you tell, will this become fashionable? Because we tell that COVID has made some companies to move back into the gray zone, but collective agreements make them leave this gray zone. And thank you for cases where you have managed to do that. So what about the COVID time in general, like analysts? Do you think that the COVID time will make us make a leap forward, for example, to quickly regulate specific changes in the labor market? Or maybe the speed and this variability will now take place every 5 years, needed every 5 years, not 10 years. So do you think that there is a new boost of energy in both of these aspects? Talia, maybe you can be the first answer. Yes, Ansi, you are right. This is a very challenging time. Yes, considering various circumstances, the companies move back into the gray area, but there is one very important factor that favors us, namely lack of employees and great lack of employees. And this makes companies consider what they can offer to make the employees want to work for specific companies. And this makes them to introduce various good practices. And we heard 3 examples today during this conference. Of course, these good practices that attract employees, that shows that the company takes care of employees, solves various challenges that are related to the work, to the work-life balance. Yes, this can be done by the company, maybe by the human resources management who adopt various guidelines, but we also remind that the human resources management is subordinated to the employer. And real trust can be gained only if there are representatives of the employees who conduct these negotiations and sign the collective agreement. So this instrument cannot be discarded. It will just become more popular. But as we mentioned in our presentation, raising of awareness about these added values, about good practices, this is something that we really need to do. Thank you. What about you? From the point of view of employers, speaking in Nancy's words, I can say that we really hope that this will stay in fashion. We today focused more on sectorial agreements, but company collective agreements are also in fashion, and employers really try, and Natalia already mentioned the reasons, and we can confirm that these reasons do exist. We do lack employees, and employers try to think about employees, and that's why these company collective agreements are alive. Many companies work on them as they update these collective agreements, at least judging by my experience. So I would definitely like to claim that they are in fashion and will stay in fashion, and I hope they will just keep spreading and be used more. Hugh Martinch. So that you would not repeat everything that Natalia said. If we look at the TET example, that the TET is ready to provide unlimited internet and laptop and whatever to employees, even when the employee, let's say, works for 3 months from Spain and by the pool. So we don't see any lines or borders between home and work, and now even the borders are dismantled between entertainment and work, because there are specific limits that companies can afford as to employment costs and what is the return. Now, of course, in case of that, I believe that creativity is ensured and whatever, but at some point in time, calculations will have to be made. Let us, now I am in the employer, I have put on the employer hat by asking the question. Don't you think that we have approached a specific line? In essence, we have to look at what some companies can save and what they reinvest. Of course, I don't have any numbers in front of me, but I would like to think that at least some companies, the fact that most employees can work from home or wherever they choose to work, and this allows to cut costs on office space rent, maintenance costs, various electricity, hygiene, maintenance costs, and so on. So there are two sides to this, but the principle that you pay for calls, unlimited calls, and not only for work purposes, I think this takes place currently already. Because I do not believe that the employers really check whether the phone is used only for work purposes, because you have a specific plan and then you use it on whatever calls you have. But in any case, the motivating factors, as Nata already mentioned, and I have to reiterate, but these motivating factors are needed more and more to attract employees, because there is competition for employees. And while we and until this trend continues, more people will leave than come back. I think this is there to stay. So we can conclude that in the country we'll have high inflation and hopefully also great growth, but we can also conclude that we have really a need for social dialogue. We need to work together. We need measurable results. And I'm really happy here because today's conference really demonstrates to us and to all of you that all of you, like experts, will have to do a lot, and there'll be many maybe misunderstandings that will have to be solved. So I wish all of you cool mind, also to survive the third wave. And unfortunately, while we were in this conference, we learned that there are more than 2,000 new cases discovered today, and this promises nothing good. But at least we were evidence-based and science-based, so maybe not everyone acts according to scientific evidence, but maybe this will also have a positive effect. And next year, when we meet after the third wave, maybe we'll have new lessons that we have learned. Thank you for this day. I'm very happy that we worked quite well today. Sorry to everyone who lacked the coffee breaks. I hope that whatever we have done, what we have achieved here, and as a journalist who occasionally joined you in whatever you do, I'm very happy with the progress, and we all have been in very nice cloud and maybe share this information with those who have not managed to join us today, because these video files will be available in the social media profiles of respective bodies and they can be reused in the future. Thank you to colleagues for technical support from Letta. Thank you to those who made sure that that various experts can be invited to this event, like from OECD, from Eurofund, people who think about these things. And thank you to experts who either at home or at work think about all of us. And I hope that we'll have ever better employers and ever better labor markets, and also ever better employees. In my case, I'm both. So have a nice day. Take care of yourself. Maybe open the window to let some fresh air in. Stay calm. We